All right, testing, testing. All right, folks. Hello. All right. Yeah, here we go. All right, so all right. Welcome everybody to Goodnight and Sleeping Stream 35, as it says in the bottom left. 35. Can't believe it. Number 35. So I haven't used StreamYard in over a month, which was the last time I've done a Goodnight stream. 34, which was a month ago. Okay. Oops. That's a new thing on StreamYard, that video clip, that countdown. Oh, that's new. Yeah, once in a while StreamYard will kind of update some stuff. So that's cool. Let me move the mic here. Okay, now you guys can hear me. Sorry. Yeah, when I was testing out that countdown video, it automatically mutes my mic. So yeah, this is Goodnight Stream 35. Sorry, it has been over a month since the last one. I decided, you know what? I'm gonna take a break. I know I said I'm gonna do a lot of Goodnight streams this year, which I still am. You know, it's only March. Well, it's about to be April. So um, the reason why is because I keep forgetting, and if I want to do it, I just don't feel like setting it all up and stuff. That's just me. Yeah. And but hey, you guys didn't complain that there hasn't been a Goodnight stream in a while, which has been, I think it's like since February the 13th. So it's been about a month and a half, pretty much a month and a half. I can't believe it. But hey, I'm going to do it every month. Hey. So technically, I'm doing it this month, March, even though it's the end of March, March 29th. That still counts as doing it every month. So I can do one on April 1st and do one on May 31st. I did it monthly. You know, I didn't lie, you know. But hey, I'm going to still do a lot. See, the thing is, I think the real reason why it's been a month and a half is because I didn't really want to do it like every weekend. I feel like that's too much. I might want to like spread it out a little bit, but you know, a month and a half is probably a little bit too long in between Goodnight streams, as I did promise that I'm going to do a lot this year because I only did one last year. So, yeah. And by the way, if you read the description, it says for the first time ever, it's on a school night. Now, you're probably wondering why. Well, I'm not going to make this story too long because I am going to go to bed, well, which is right there, ASAP. Last night, I hardly got any sleep. I just wasn't feeling like it. I just wasn't feeling going to sleep last night. So you know what? I'm gonna make it up for myself and to you guys. First time ever going to sleep on a school night or on video, obviously, or on a stream. But yeah, see, obviously I didn't do it last year because I was a lot busier last year. This year, or right now, this semester, it's not that busy. It's not much going on. And plus I'm a virtual student, which means I don't have to get up as early as I usually do. Like, last year, before the CV happened, I would get up like at 6:30. Now I get up literally at 7:10. Yeah, like right before the class starts. And yes, there's some times where I'm late, but the teacher doesn't mind. She doesn't take roll until 7:30, so the latest time I can show up is 7:25. And yeah, and I'm not the only one. Everyone has been late in that class purposely. But yeah, man, that teacher's chill. She doesn't really talk much. She just let us do our own thing. Um, it's a study hall class. That's why she don't talk much. She doesn't teach anything. She's just in charge of the class and tracking our progress at what we do, the classwork and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, every teacher's different. There's some teachers like, hey, if you're 1 minute late, you're automatically absent. There's some teachers that do the roll as soon as the bell rings, but there's some teachers that do it a little late, like this teacher that I just mentioned. That's why I can come in late. And yeah, so again, the real reason why I can do this on a school night is because I don't have to get up as early, and the school year for me is right now it's not as busy. It was really busy from August to December. January it was a little busy, and then it got a little less and less busy. So yeah, that's why you know what? I never thought of doing one on a school night because I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like it. But you know what? I'm gonna do it. And it's not real late. It's 10:45. So um I'm gonna set my alarm so that I have time to get up and end the stream and get ready for class, which really does not take me too long. It really takes me 1 minute to get ready for class. I will have the website open, ready to go when I go to the laptop, which is this laptop, the same one, and then boom, join class. It's from Google Meet. Yeah. So what was that? Oh, that was my phone. It was playing an old Goodnight stream. I was like, wait, I don't see a video playing, but it was the mini player on the website. So, but hey, spring break's coming up. That's right. Spring break starts this Friday. I believe it's Good Friday. Then I'll have all week off next week. So you know what? I'm kind of glad that I took a month and a half off so I can save it up for this. But yeah, I have done good night and sleeping streams on the weekdays before, but they were not on school nights. So it was either during the Christmas break or during the summer break. I think I have done it on the Easter spring break, but I wasn't sure if it was on the weekdays. But yeah, but this is the first time ever on a school night. Yep. So yeah, this stream. So I started at 10:36. I'm gonna get up probably at 7:05, and I'm probably gonna stop the stream around 7:10. So this stream will be another 8 hours and 20 minutes. So maybe an 8.5 hour stream. Let me look at my recent Goodnight streams from like 34, 33, and 32. 34 was 11 hours and 16 minutes. That was the one where I slept on the floor in the bar room because we didn't have heat. It just wasn't working. And then it came back on, and then it just went off again. So I decided, you know what, I'm not going to go all the way back to my room or get everything back in my room. I'm just going to sleep on the floor. I might as well. A one-time thing. And I'm sorry if that the webcam was on the floor for the majority of the stream. It fell while I was asleep. It just was moving on its own very slow, and then it eventually hit the end of the table or the pool table, and it just fell. And then there was a point where I woke up again, and then I tried to put the webcam back where it was. Goodnight and Sleeping Stream 33 was not quite 7 hours. I must have slept really late and had to get up a little bit earlier. That's why it was only 7 hours. 32 was 8 hours and 10 minutes, so it's going to be kind of like 32, 8 hours-ish. So 35, man, 35. And by the way, well, you know what? Yeah, the next Goodnight stream, if you guys miss Ryan, good news. Ryan is coming back. Yep. Ryan is coming back in the Goodnight streams. You haven't seen him since August 1st, I think, of 2019. And you haven't seen a video of him since pretty much August 1st, 2020. I did a highlight video. But I found this unreleased stream from his old channel, not Ryan Video Clips. He used to have an old channel before that channel was made, of him sleeping. Now, the stream was not long. It was 3 hours or 3.5 hours. So I'm going to be showing you that stream of him sleeping. He must have took a nap because the lights were on the entire time. Because usually when you go to bed, like go to sleep for the night, you would have the lights on, but he had his lights on. His bedroom lights were on. So I don't know if he took a nap, but if he took a nap, that was a long ass nap, man. 3 hours for a nap. I don't know. And it was on YouNow. If you guys must know YouNow. I don't know what YouNow is. All I know, it's like a streaming platform. It's kind of like this, but StreamYard's better, obviously. But yeah, he would do it on YouNow. YouNow. Welcome to YouNow. Yeah. But yeah, that'll be the next Goodnight stream. I'm going to be showing you that unreleased, or it's not unreleased, but a sleeping stream that y'all never seen before. And yes, I have shown Ryan's Goodnight streams before. I've shown you the very first one and the most popular one. So I'm going to show you one that you never seen before because it's not on Ryan Video Clips. How is he doing? He hasn't been on Google Hangouts in like a month. I know why. He has another channel of him doing animations of Caillou, but it's not like the Caillou from the TV show. It's like Caillou as an adult, and he's pretending that he's Caillou. I'm like, wow. I kind of miss when he used to be on Google Hangouts almost all the time, but hopefully one day we'll have the real Ryan back, and like him and I will do a Goodnight stream together. And it'll be for the first time on StreamYard. Him and I have never done a Goodnight stream together on StreamYard. It was all on Google Hangouts until Hangouts on Air was officially gone on August 1st, 2019, which was the very last time you saw Ryan with me on a Goodnight stream. That's why we had to do a marathon, because it was the final few days of hangouts on there are going away. So anyway, I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. So I'm not gonna talk very long. Right now, I'm just watching this tennis match, and it just ended. If you follow my main channel, I did a video called "This WTA tennis match was insane." I think that was the name of the title. This was like another insane match featuring the same player, Bianca Andreescu, the Canadian girl. I think she's only 20 or 21 years old. I'm 19. I'm going to be 20 in less than 2 months. 40 plus 40 plus 45 is 125 minutes. So this match was just over 2 hours. But she last night, yeah, she had to play back-to-back nights. If you're a fan of tennis, and you know what I'm talking about, especially for women. She played this girl named Amanda Anisimova. She's like my favorite female tennis player because she's the same age as me. When I found her, I'm like, oh my God, I have to follow her. I have to follow her. She's the same age as me. She's one tall, skinny girl. So that match felt like a final. It was like almost 3 hours. I think it was like 2 hours and 45 minutes. The first set, Bianca won, the Canadian girl, in a tiebreak, 7-6. The second set, Amanda won in the tiebreak, 7-6. And the third set, Bianca won. I think it was like 7-5 or 6-4. But it was close, man. I'm like, wow, that felt like a final. And now she's being interviewed. Let me turn this up here. I might follow her more often. She's ranked number 8 in the whole world. That's crazy. And Amanda, she was ranked, I think, 25. That's real high for her too, man. That's why I'm like entertained. I'm loving this. This is the Miami Open, my favorite non-Grand Slam tournament. It looks like the Australian Open. Hard court. I like the color. Hard Rock Stadium. I love it.
I think it was the way I fought through everything. Darwin played really, really well. And I don't think
this match just ended. It's now 10:55 here. I live in the Central. Miami Open is in Eastern. It's almost midnight there. You know what the crazy thing is? This Canadian girl has to play the next day because they showed the list of the schedule for tomorrow. Which means, because last night she was playing a night match, and this one she was playing another night match. So that means tomorrow she's going to play another night match if she's going to play 3 days straight, because you would have a day off, but now you don't now. Well, actually, the first half of the tournament, you would get a day off. But now you have to play back-to-back days all of a sudden. I don't know why. But now it's going. Tomorrow is the quarterfinals. Yesterday, it felt like a final. It was only the round of 32. This one was the round of 16. And look at this girl. I kind of want her to win. Like, if Amanda would have won, I would have cheered for her. Like, Amanda fought hard. And now Bianca's back. Like, oh my gosh, man. Woo. 2 hours and 11 minutes. Still a pretty long match for women. Shit. All right, I know no one's watching right now, but hey, someone may tune in the replay and listen to my intro. All right, my intro's about up, so I'm gonna go to bed. Actually, I'm gonna eat a quick snack. I'm gonna go to bed and just chill on my phone and not talk. So, yeah. As you see here, the quarterfinal lineup starts tomorrow. Those top two will be played tomorrow. Barty Sabalenka, what a matchup that is. Sevastova against Svitolina as well. And Maria Sakkari coming through a tough match against Jessica Pegula earlier on. She takes on Anyway, probably gonna eat some popcorn. Yeah, look behind me, microwave. Yeah, you noticed my last couple of Goodnight streams, the microwave was turned, or no, it wasn't turned. It was on the that then there was a day where I had to clean up my room for hours and hours because I was so lazy. I had to rearrange things. Oh, and by the way, the webcam is not on that round table anymore. I think I've shown you that in the last Goodnight stream or two. It was the laptop, I should say. It's not on where it used to be on the round table, but now it's on this end table or this picnic table or whatever, or party table. But this table used to face that wall and a little bit of this window. But then you know what? I'm gonna turn this table 90 degrees and rearrange things. I know it still looks like there's a lot of stuff, but there really isn't. I threw a lot of stuff away. It's mainly paperwork from school, from like middle school, high school from a few years ago. There's really no need for me to keep that stuff. So yeah, there's the StreamYard. So yeah, the stereo's still there. I now have the lamp right there. That big fan used to be my big brother's when he had to move in because of the hurricane. That used to be where that end table is. Oh, by the way, that end table is turned too. It used to be facing that wall, but now it's facing that wall. So yeah, I decided to put the microwave on there. Why not? Because once in a while you're gonna have to make some arrangements. Here's the chair. Now there is some stuff on this chair, but whenever I sit on this chair, this stuff would be on the bed. So yeah, and there is the bed. So yeah, the camera or the webcam's still going to be facing the bed. So I probably am going to turn on the lamp. And if you're wondering why this hat is on top of this lamp, is because we had to change the light bulb. And watch when I turn this on. It's going to be so bright. It's like one of those outdoor lights. I don't know why that's all they have now. Look how bright that is. All right, now I'm going to turn off the light. And shut the door. All right, the door is shut. It looks like there is a big ass light in here. That light's not on, but that light is. Now watch when I put when I cover it with the hat. You see how much darker it got? All right, I'm going to put the webcam on top of the laptop, and I'm going to remove this, see what happens. Okay. Yeah, you can see the bed. Yep. Okay, good. Yeah, you can't see the bed. All right. Yep. Okay. Let me see what happens when I cover it with this hat. Will you able still see me? A little bit. I'm not gonna. Maybe I won't cover the whole thing. Maybe just some of it. That's perfect. That's good enough. All right, I'm going to get ready and say goodnight, and I'll be back. Gotta pee first. It's a blockbuster encounter that almost never was, since Marty was down match point in her opener. Afternoon all to Miami, where it continues to be very nice in terms of nice and bright. Haven't had many issues at all with the rain in the past week, maybe a few minutes, a couple of nights ago. Forecast looking good for the next couple of days also. So many good matchups to look forward to on this day. All 8 of the 4. Could be playing an old world baseball game here.
comes back in the lineup now. He's going to bat cleanup. The key player for me with Mexico, though, is Jonathan.
Been watching a lot of World Baseball games on YouTube for free. No ads, and there's no commercials in the video. Perfect. It's called the YouTube channel. If you're a fan of World Baseball or baseball in general, I recommend you to watch some of these games. They're pretty exciting. It's called WBSC. Type in WBSC on YouTube, and they'll have like a playlist, man. It's unbelievable. And yeah, in between innings, they will not have commercials at all. So I've been watching a lot of games since like mid-March. But now MLB season's coming up, starting this weekend. So this is going to be like my final few days watching this. So it's Mexico versus Korea. It's called the WBSC 2019 Premier 12. And all the games are in Tokyo. And if you want to know why, it has something to do with the Tokyo Olympics. And baseball is finally back in the Olympics for the first time since 2008. They didn't have it in 2012 in London and 2016 in Brazil. But now it's back. You got to have it, and you got to have it here in this sport. So, all right, I'll be back.
We will take a break. When we come back, the starting lineup and the first pitch between Korea and Mexico. You're watching the 2019 Premier 12.
All right, I'm testing the sound, or I'm listening to the stream to see if the sound is good, and I think it is. All right. Yeah, sorry, I got the allergies. I keep saying. All right, we're done. We got one person watching. Hello, one person. What is this? Oh, the Wi-Fi connection. If you have any questions, you can ask me. But once I go to sleep, I can't answer your questions. So yeah, I usually don't. I usually hardly ever get questions anyway from my midnight streams. All right, I'll be back. Actually, you know what? You know what we could do? Yeah. You see that microwave I was just talking about? Let's make some popcorn. Well, you guys can't really see it, but look at this. Oh, this is big. This is from Costco, guys. Costco. A big box. This is heavy, actually. A big box of popcorn. This is really good. Kirkland microwave popcorn, movie theater butter. Oh, you gotta have the butter. You know how there's a popcorn button in the microwave? Do not ever use that popcorn button. It just never works, man. It just hardly ever works. There's like no need to have that button. So how many minutes? Well, it says to put it in for. Oh wait, I have to open one of the bags first. This is gonna be hard. Ugh. Finally opening this bag. Look at this. Oh my gosh. It says to put it in for, I think, like a minute and a half or 2 minutes, but that is not enough. Look at all this, man. You know how many? 44 bags. And there's 2 rows, so there's 22 each row. So it says to oh wow, this is a different kind of popcorn. Wait, what? Gourmet. Always saying that? I guess it does. I don't know. It used to say Kirkland in the middle, but I think they changed it. But I'm sure it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it looks. The bag is different. Microwave. Okay. Yeah, 1 minute 30 seconds to 2 minutes to 30 seconds. I would do it for 3 minutes because sometimes it will be kind of burnt, and I like burnt popcorn, but don't put it in like too long. So, and they have it in Spanish and French. So here we go. Three minutes. So I'll be back. Happy you can see it. It's lit up. Oh, what the fuck? All right, guys. Good night. Move you. I guess I'll put you right here.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you may be, we're live from the Tokyo Dome. Day number 4 of the 2019 Premier 12 Super Round. Brought to you by the WBSC. Alex Cohen, Greg Durham, Ryan Roland Smith. One of the biggest games in international baseball history tonight. You win, you're in the Olympics, you're in the gold medal game. It is Mexico against the Republic of Korea. And again, both teams controlling their own destiny with a victory. And they're in. Ryan, you've been in this situation playing on an Olympic team with a bid on the line. What are these players feeling right now?
Well, I mean, can you create any more magnitude than having the Olympics looming over this game for both these teams? It's not a situation where Mexico, if they win, and on the flip side, will Korea, they've got other options. No. Both these teams can stamp their ticket to the Olympics, and that's what makes this Premier 12 so special. You never quite in cruise control. Both these teams are so dominant in their group play and early on, and now here they are playing for 9 innings that means so much, not only for the Premier 12, but 2020 Olympics.
Greg, this game has so many implications, not just for the two teams playing right now, but for this entire tournament. If Mexico's in, it keeps it Australia and the United States in it. If Korea wins, it's even bigger with those teams. And Japan, they have an opportunity to secure their bid as well with the Korea victory. There's so many different storylines today. It should be a great day here at Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, you simply could not have drawn this up any better. To go into the last 2 days of the tournament, including the game we saw earlier today, that 3-2 thriller for the United States coming from behind late to beat Chinese Taipei. You have 4 games in the last 2 days that determine everything. Olympic berths, 2 on the line, like you guys were saying, a play-in opportunity. What's unique about this play-in opportunity, though, is that the loser is not eliminated from contention to go to the Olympics, and that's really exciting because maybe it takes a little bit of the pressure off 2 teams, whereas if they were playing and knew if they lost, they went home, you tighten up, you do things differently. I think that'll allow for a nice, loose game for both of these 2 teams to shine.
Right, you've seen both of these teams with Korea and Mexico. What is your main key to the game? I would say for either. Maybe you give us one key to the game for both teams. What do they have to do to come away with a victory?
Well, I think first of all, getting over a couple big losses. One for Korea, Chinese Taipei upsetting them. For Mexico, that exhausting loss against Japan. As we take a look at the lineup, Jonathan Jones has been an absolute igniter in this lineup, and they've lost Matthew Clark. We heard you guys talk about that in the pre-game. Matthew Clark is a little banged up. He's a big presence in that lineup. Mexico have to get off to a good start offensively because all of a sudden they start to get to that mode where they shut it down. They haven't scored a whole lot of runs the last couple of days. Their offense has to get clicking, really quick against John Clark. John Clark throwing his warm-up pitches. He is a side-arm pitcher. Taking a look at the rest of the Mexico lineup. Omar Solis, the catcher, he's hit a pair of home runs. But as Ryan said, the offense has struggled in the first 3 innings of this tournament. That was a group right down in Guadalajara. They scored 24 runs in 3 games. That's an average of 8 runs per game. They were 1 hit in their last 8 against Japan. The
one being a home run. But they really need to be ignited offensively to compete in this game. Here's Korea's defensive alignment. Young Hunman in right, Joe Ruby in center, and some Kim in left. Young Park at first, Henry Park at second. I saw him at short. Choi at third doing the catching is Lee Young. I saw Korea 3 nights ago. That was against Chinese Taipei. They were undefeated coming into the game. Chinese Taipei only won that game. They dominated 7-0 in Korea. But to get back on the right track, if they win tonight, again, Korea, very important game.
It's really interesting to see how both of these two teams respond to their first losses of the tournament. A day off after that pretty ugly 7-0 loss in Korea. A day off, or 2 days off, I should say. Then a day off in Mexico after their first loss. So about that game for somebody tonight, the other team heading into their first 2 games in the tournament.
Here's Jonathan Jones. He steps in from the right side. Over in back-to-back games. First pitch from Park. He misses outside. Actually, it's taken from the outside corner for a strike. Now 0-1. I run away here from the Tokyo.
You mentioned both these home runs, both of them in Brisbane. First pitch, the at-bat. The first one against Australia, first pitch of the game. That one last night. Of course, the second third at bat. He's still in English, but he can be extremely careful. Red hot.
One ball, one strike. He's sidearm throwing right. And he fires. Now over the first base dugout out of play. A ball, 2 strikes. Now this Korea pitching stat, despite giving up 7 runs against Chinese Taipei, a 7-0 loss. Prior to that, 5-0 victory against Australia, 3-1 victory against Canada, 7-0 victory against Cuba, 5-1 victory against the United States. That's pretty good. 1-2. This is inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, watching this stat at the beginning of the first, really looking at that Group C, just absolutely dominating. 3 guys that they brought to that starting rotation. This guy is so intriguing. And I guarantee you right now, when you're talking about can this guy make that transition to the US, obviously it stands out. But this is the way you throw a baseball. Starting pitching, you're used to seeing a starting pitcher with this kind of submarine.
Down by his ankle. Out of the payoff pitch. Rounded over towards first. Easy play for Park. And now one away here in the first.
Good job, pretty well done there by Jones. Of course, you don't want the weak groundouts, but getting his teammates an opportunity to look at that release as many times as he could. That's what you want to see out of the leadoff.
And it was interesting too, against Korea. First time to London, dominating. Second time, they started to get to him. He made the shortest start in that Group C play. And I feel like with him, it's interesting because of the way he throws this baseball, that submarine style. Even up in his right hand, he's really hittable.
Noah Mario takes the first pitch fastball for a strike. 0-1. You look just feel the loss of gravity. There's no such thing as a rising fastball. Although when you throw from the shoe tops and it's taken at the letters, it does look like one. So now sharply foul third base side, quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
Interesting too when you dive into how he came up with that. He talked about he could be, low 90s from over the top. He wants to separate himself. He wanted to do that since he was in high school, and that's why he started messing around with that arm slot.
Two off with the race with foul into the seats, third base side. No balls, 2 strikes. That's a really good point, Rocky. I think anybody can throw 92, 94, but when you get into professional baseball, whether it's the KBO, whether it's NBO, whether it's US, they throw 94. The ball, 2 strikes, but if you can throw from your ankles in the mid-80s and mix it up with your right-handed pitcher with the slider, it makes you that much more difficult. Look at that torque on that elbow.
Completely different. Look, throwing a baseball is unnatural motions. Whereas in all the sport, when you start mixing up, this is tough to really study and see what this does to your arm, what kind of deception this creates. But that goes across the board, whether you're in the US, Japan, Korea. Something has to separate you when you get to that top level.
2-2. This is Ryan Tight. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Frank, we were looking at the monitor there on the 2-2 pitch prior to that. Mark thought he got him on the 1-2 on.
It wasn't afraid to show his emotion.
Yeah, pitch. Side corner, bring him up, sit it down. Noah Mario down to
little bit, even though he doesn't strike that, a little bit of vulnerability here against left-handed hitters. His command starts to slip a little bit, especially compared to facing righties. Esteban Quiroz takes the first pitch. Outside and low, 1 ball, no strikes. Quiroz, powerful middle infielder. Face of the San Diego Padres organization. 16 home runs this past year against the Coast League. Walker misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Alex Cohen, Ryan Roland Smith. Greg Durham here from the Tokyo Dome. Game number 2. Game number 4. The 2019 Premier 12 Super Round 2-0. Tight once again, count 3-0. And Ryan, what with your side armor, that much movement and mechanics is in 1 tick off. Control could be completely wasted.
Again, we're already seeing that. That 3-0 can't have 3-1. The lefties, last 2 hitters, these guys, you're hiking a little bit of swing. And you saw this group speed. His first time against you. The 17 years in this place right now.
Offensive foul, third base side. Mark, even with the control issues, early in the last 2 at-bats, striking it out away from a 1-2-3 inning. Here in the top of the first, Mexico and Korea, one of the biggest international baseball games ever. 3-2. Now they've got the hit off the list, but it sounded like hit a portion of the bat. We treat it as a hit by pitch right now, as it is. So, get the hand, I think we'll take a look at this one.
Get this pitch up again. Sorry, I talked about this in the opening. Got it back to clock, big lefty. Out of this lineup, you see how that plays. But for these lefties, you have to have a crash course scattering where you've never seen clock before. You've never seen this kind of look until you get to the batter's box. Maybe second, third time she's going to be messing.
So Sosa swings at the first pitch. It's at the second. Ice catch by Ben Park. Out of the outfield, Turkey makes the catch. And John Booth Park, a scoreless first. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. 1-2 hit by pitch. Go to the bottom of the first inning, Mexico and the Republic of Korea. Scoreless first inning.
I learned a little bit from you and JP Gross. Pregame, league game, leadoff spot, great performer at this tournament. And Canada 2-3. General Park in the pickup spot. Kensuke, that's 5th. Young Shore, and Park.
Appreciate it. Jordan Peters from Mexico has Manuel Moreno. There's defense behind him. Nolan Murray on right. Target Jones in center. Juan Perez in left. Back in the ball. First, Esteban Quiroz second on there. Salazar's on the fourth. Jorge Flores at third. And really, Solis is Manuel Moreno. This one is Manuel. Goes by Danny. Pitched out of the bullpen at 2 innings to see the Premier 12. Green Dynamite is last outing on Monday game against Australia. 2 perfect innings with 2 strikeouts. So Mexico puts in the ground with a big hit in the line and looking the way the stats. He started all year in the next inning. It's really good expression.
So he's going to rest it. He's going to see this Mexican pitching stuff. It's fine. And he's going to take the loss. They're really determined.
reception for Russell Ramirez, who really started to and the rest of the bullpen, they just did what they've been doing all Premier 12 just shut things down.
John Goodnight takes the first pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Look at that batting average power for John Goodnight, 471. I don't care if you played one game, that's pretty good.
Red Hot Nemesis Bruce Lee, 571 on base. He's shifted up to the leadoff spot. He's sitting down for a little bit. He's earned that right to start the game.
Ball on strike. This Korean team from the 2 home runs. This entire tournament. 1 ball, 1 strike. Strike 2.
You understand going top heavy with the lineup. We saw what that early day for Japan did to Mexico the other night. Really demoralized that team early. And it felt like they were pressing the rest of the way and ended up with just that one hit.
Both teams have struggled offensively over the last 3 games. 1-2. This is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes out. Korea got set up by Chinese Taipei. At least they had 5 hits. You look at Mexico's last game 2 months ago. They lost 3-1. They had 1 hit and 4 total base runners. 2-2 offer. Slap foul. Third base side. We're again 2-2.
This is what Korea does so well. With 2 strikes, they stay in the fight. Right? They just contact. A little bit of that beat swing back. Over the big damage. And then all of a sudden, look at which on the ropes we're getting the force to make a mistake.
As Korean contingent in the stands right now, you can hear the chance at 2-2. This is low, 3 balls and 2 strikes, and you can see why John Goodnight has an on-base percentage north of 500 with 30 out pitches, working a 3-2 count. Even if he gets out Craig, perfectly done out of the leadoff spot.
There's no surprise whatsoever to see him up there. It's really good.
3-2. That's it, well, right center. Jones going back. That's a beat. Nicely done, Jonathan Jones. No away in the first. Here's Hassan King.
Early safety, nothing. He's going to make John Goodnight. He got a fastball up the strike zone. Load him in on his corner. Look at this. Inside and toss that ball on. Again, from the start of this Premier 12, he's been good every big inning.
You talk about some of the Premier 12 2019 MVP candidates. If you go team by team, John Goodnight has to be the MVP candidate. For Korea, you go to Japan. They have a couple players. Yusuke Kikuchi's been great. There's Hassan Kim, who's good. Healthy swing of this strike one. Also for Japan, one of the best hitters, Saya Suzuki.
He's been good for Japan. It's been interesting watching him stretch his floor just to put some things up.
This is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Really has been the theme of this Super Round of teams struggling to score runs. We've seen 9 games played in this Super Round. The winning team has scored 3 or fewer runs in 6 of the 9 games. So in 6 out of 9, all you need is 3. And that really tells you that you're the competitors have earned the second round as well.
Swing and a miss by Kim. And there are 2 strikes away. The offense has been talked about so much. In the early 2018, having the biggest offensive season statistics-wise of all time. This tournament has been so low scoring. 1-2 misses each side, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and even in the United States with all the metrics and launch angle and the new baseball and all the home runs, this tournament is a blast from the past. We're seeing low-scoring games, we're seeing great pitching performances.
We're seeing bunting in the 3rd inning. Bunting, the lost arm.
2-2. Just misses outside.
You wanted that one?
Oh, yeah. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Especially on the flip side, talking that possible main way.
You wanted that one, and Nick Manning Correa wanted that too. That is just a max temper delivery from Correa. Another full count. They all pitch to Hassan Kim. The foul. Well and so Korea here early. A full count to Jung-Hoo Lee, lines out to center. Now full count here to Ha-Sung Kim. Al's a couple pitches away, and they're making Manny Barrera dig into his bag of tricks, showing his entire arsenal already.
Yeah, pay attention to that pitch count. We've seen this from this Korean offense. Deep in the counts, they're just going to fight you off until they get that pitch.
Hey, on pitch. Shot will punch the middle, but Heroes Field steps fires to first, and now 2 away. The both battles for Barrera, won by Barrera. Fly up, and ground out, 2 away. Here's a left-handed hitter with some big-time power in Jaewon Kim. Ryan Eckberg, I'm not sure if you were in batting practice, but watching Jaewon Kim take a ball down the right field line off that facade on the second deck, he's got some serious pop from the left side.
Yeah, and but this is a team, and when you look at, when you get into the Pacific, when you're talking Japan, Chinese Taipei, Korea, the most powerful, most potent offense comes from Korea. They have more of a swinging this type of coaches like we see in the United States. But you can see that group, that place is a graveyard on the home turf.
Pitcher's paradise, right?
Yeah, the parachutes drop deployed all over the place on baseball.
You know where your God is in the next bullpen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I
Hey,
mean,
guys, let's take a trip to Korea.
but this young man right here and then young Park right behind him, they can do some game-changing swings at the plate.
But the 0-1 offer. Check swing, and it's line foul. So, nice job here by Barrera, getting ahead of Kim. The ball's at 2 strikes. Here from the Tokyo Dome, one of the most historic baseball venues in the entire world. Mexico nothing, Korea nothing. Bottom 1, 2 outs. Now the 0-2 pitch from Barrera. Swinging a pop-up, medium depth left field. And Perez measures, takes the catch. It ends the first. So 1-2-3 inning for Manny Barrera. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base here. Through 1, Mexico, nothing. Korea, nothing. Game 4, 2019 Premier 12. You're watching, it's all brought to you by the WBSC.
Finish your good thing without losses. Try YouTube Premium on us. Style uninterrupted.
So let me tell you something, Ray. This is how we're gonna do it in the Big D. Okay? We're not gonna have a WrestleMania fight. We're gonna have a WrestleMania match. Referee, get on in here. I can tell you right. It could be you or these two.
Top 2 from Tokyo. Tokyo Dome, day number 4, the 2019 Premier 12 Super Round. And it's all brought to you by the WBSC. Alex Thorpe, Greg Durham, Ryan Roland Smith. It's a very easy baseball game. If you win it, you're going to the Olympics. You're going to the gold medal game on the 2019 Premier 12. 2 words, guys. No pressure.
They do it amazing. There's a lot of line here for, it's more that surprised me and everything else, but nothing sets the tone more than having the chance to go to the 2020 Olympics. And only 6 nations, one of them being Japan, the host nation, only 6. You know, in 2004 we had 8, a little bit easier road, a little bit more room, but man, what is this mean for us for next year?
Ball no strikes to Everett Navarro. The pitch. This is on 2 balls, no strikes.
And for Mexico, if they fail to take care of their business tonight, they don't get a chance tomorrow. They have to hope for help. Otherwise, United States, Mexico, showdown for the bronze medals in the Premier 12 and the Olympics.
Sky to center, going back, lead towards the track, back below that ball. It's off the top of the wall. A near home run for Edward Navarro will settle for a leadoff double. A nice start for Mexico here in the second.
Playing full out the road, being here with the stand. As crazy as you sound, guys, when you're trying to get your offense, they can create momentum. Sometimes when you have facial on this, with a leadoff double like this, that can be a little bit more powerful.
It is a home run, just missing that yellow railing right there. Navarro all of a sudden was parked on the ropes. He has to pitch with runners on base, get deeper into that pitch count. This is a good start for Mexico.
And for Navarro now 5 for 20. Here in the 2019 Premier 12, a homer, 2 doubles, and second 2-bagger. A leadoff one here in the second. Here's Luis Solis, who had a big home runs during this tournament. First pitch, that's the inside corner for a strike. Down 0-1. Solis, his home run game for Kane. First game of the Super Round. 2-0 victory against Chinese Taipei with a solo home run to get the scoring started. A 1 count. Big spot here for Mexico.
I'm dying to know the specifics of why Matthew Clark is not in this lineup. Think about it, they're not going to be available for a pinch hit later on. What a time right now for this Mexican team.
A 1. Side corner called strike out of a 2. And Ron, you've been on the call for a couple Mexico games, and for each game you've done, Matthew Clark has had a big hit with the Colts.
Yeah, it really has. And it's all things, just presence. I mean, against Japan, they know exactly what these plays here in the MPV. But just the presence in the outside. Because just especially in that second goal.
2 flare fouls, protected swing by Solis. Now 0-2.
With Villanueva already being here, it's just a drastically different lineup for Mexico today than what you saw in game 1 of the opening round 2 weeks ago at this point. It's not the lineup that you expected them in a must-win game, but you have to play with what you get.
That's an interesting point you brought up. This Mexico team, along with the United States, they played baseball and have been in Premier 12 both for a lot longer than some of these teams. They started back on November 1st. Pitch, and that's tomahawk towards third, foul territory. And Jordy makes the catch. Now here in the second, runner stays where he is at second. And it's not present.
This opportunity for Mexico. I know that we're looking at the second inning right now. We're off double right now. We will, wherever it may be, manufacture the money. But when offense is so good, the Olympic team, you're looking back into the second game. Like, hindsight, what was that missing to push that one before base?
Trying to get the ball on the ground and get that protective swing when the ball rounds and pops up left side of the infield. Look back at second.
We were talking the other day about how that ground out to second base is almost replaced the sacrifice bunt. In North American baseball, anyway, you go to get that man from second to base, trying to work out an everyday advantage.
It's the sacrifice without it actually being the sacrifice. Juan
Also, to the eye, you take it back out of someone's hands. That's the trend. You don't think about it in your team, you give outs to the other team. So to speak. And this is just different baseball right now. It's international play. Even if punting to hold that to a high program.
Must-win game for both. Olympic bid on the line. The 0-1. They hit him. Second hit by pitch of the game already. Now Mexico. Runners at first and second, 1 out. The third is Flores.
Right now, you can see that. You can see that from against runners. We've already pitched against others. And then it's unusual situation.
taking a long step into center field. Washington will break down the Premier 12. There's some implications for this one. So if Korea wins, not only are they going to the Olympics, but they're going to the Premier 12. That would also give Japan a Premier 12 gold medal opportunity. So Korea and Japan will play tomorrow. If Korea wins tonight, that game in the grand scheme of things will matter just for personal profit and $20,000. No big deal. But those two teams will play on Sunday in the gold medal game along with Mexico playing in the bronze. Then, if Australia beats Chinese Taipei, they will play Mexico. If Chinese Taipei beats Australia, it will be the United States and Mexico playing for Olympic bid in the bronze medal game on Sunday. That's really what I was talking about. Scenarios, and I didn't think anybody was going to be able to explain these figures. You just did one go, but that's, I think, what a lot of people are just trying to work on. You can't get rid of the five. That's still US for the Olympics. Think about it. If you're in your celebrations, you're shooting for that now. There's so much has to do with what these other teams, especially this game. It's a good game that's starting. Ball, no strikes. Remember, Australia still in Korea. Loses their next two games against Mexico tomorrow against Japan. And Australia beats Chinese Taipei. And Australia and Korea play with an Olympic bid on the line. This is big stuff. 2 balls, no strikes. So, hope you listeners and watchers have the paper and a pen and can memorize all that verbatim. It's not that difficult, I promise. We're going to talk about it for 9 hours today. We only have a 1 diagram. So that's pretty cool. We have a possibility of 2 overhead players. 2 up. So, Ron, you're on the mound right now. Jumbo Park, and you don't have your control. It's a tenuous situation. What are you focusing on right now? Are you trying to get a double play ball? Are you trying to focus on the strike zone? As a pitcher, what do you focus on?
Well, he's not a swinging this guy. You can see the strike that for he's shooting his head up down. He's missing the strike that for him. Right now, you have to get a swinging this. I mean, we're going to just say, well, a ground ball double play gets him out of it, but that's not the way you approach a hitter. The other part of this is, too, this is a massive out. We've seen how dominant he is against righties. You have a lefty on deck. You don't have that feel for lefties. This is a must out right here from the far up there.
I'll switch to Boros. Probably his best outside weapon. Yeah, that's right. You can see it tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the box. This is the second score. Oh, yeah.
They let that next play on his right step 3 4 pitches. Stop him or way better look. I walked you off to really rock the run through pitches. Swinging a fastball, guys that ball. And that break ball that can sit up in the middle of the plate.
Puts it. Whether you're a pitcher or a mound, runners at first and second, 1 out the full count, and you're not a strikeout pitcher. This makes sense. It's not a bit more difficult. Puts up that rosin back.
It seems to me that some situations are trying to do so much.
Huge pitch coming up. The 3-2 offer. Towards the hit, but it's actually steps out there for the this time on side, he deserves it. A score in the second. No runs, I think, no runs. That good man left off those good two Mexico as well. If you're watching the 2019 Premier 12, brought to you by the WBSC.
Lasting cologne scented with Blue Spice Dynasty helps get you off your couch and into the driver's seat.
jam. In the top of the second inning, we're scoreless. Mexico, Korea, one of the biggest games in the international baseball landscape. Alex Cole, Greg Durham, Ryan Roland Smith. And Korea for second inning, the rookie with the first and first. In the second, Yoko Marcus, who can't reach his long. And it could have been a real slow down to get from the ball. Top of the first inning, runners at first and second, one out. Keep count. Jorge Flores rounds into a 5-3 double play. Jonathan Clark throws 52 batters. Hasn't given up a run. Korea is out of the game.
Still not quite there in the field with the timing of his delivery. So this is a situation right here. You've got about 10 minutes. Go in the time and just get that, look at his mentally, emotionally, whatever it might be, just to reset to that third inning.
Pitch to Yoko Marcus is outside. And that strikes one. We saw a pitcher do that 2 nights ago. Well, this is outside. 2 balls, no strikes. It was Shota Imanaga from Japan the first 2 innings. He was leaving everything up. Then he went into the dugout before the third inning and focused on that split. And he was dominant the rest of the night. He really was.
Again, easy said than done. Sometimes you just have that feel, regardless of whether it's right before the game or maybe 2 weeks ago. You're facing the lefty, all of a sudden, you misfire on one pitch, they can snowball. We've already seen that. The lefties are going to be a huge factor against them in the second half of the lineup.
Swing Stewart, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Young Omar, 3 for 18. Running his 2019 career as well. He was a big part of that 2015 championships. Gold medal for year 12 winning team pitch. This is low in. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hit a 3-run home run against the United States in the gold medal game. That's Korea 1-8-0. So Korea, remember, they're defending champs. Remember, they won the Olympics. Got the gold medal in 2008 in Beijing. Pitch. It's foul on a play behind home plate. Count 3-2. So if Korea gets the win tonight, not only do they have an opportunity to defend their Premier 12 title in the gold medal game, but also they punched their ticket to the Olympics. And the last time they played baseball in the Olympics, they won.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Look at Korea and Japan, huge rivalry in these two countries. And Japan is always pretty key in the Pacific region for baseball. You go to the superstars coming out from the U.S. All of a sudden, they've been really shift the last 5 years, especially in the national game. Korea takes some pride in it. Oh, we've got 2008 when they won that Olympics.
Remember we have 2 teams who play each other and hate each other, and they play each other twice? This makes it that much more fun. What they call that? Entertainment, John.
Especially in this building.
Nobody on. And a payoff pitch. This is outside ball 4.
That's one adjustment Yoko Marcus. We've seen him in the U.S. playing for the Minnesota Twins. He's had some time to be there. But one adjustment we've seen in the last couple of weeks, even from the pre-season, is the swing misses have gone down and the better at bats. And there's another good example of that feature there.
Here's Hansu Kim. Korea looking to strike first. Here's some of the public of Korean contingent. In the Tokyo Dome. First pitch. It goes back out 1-0, but Ryan, as he said, Greg, we noticed the bunt making a comeback. Very prevalent in this 2019 World War.
For the Pacific League.
I like that we narrowed it down a little bit.
Yeah. I think in 2020 we're going to see so many of them over the U.S. with 162 games. I'd love to see it more often.
Oh, on the third base side foul. 1-1.
When you go that, and especially too, you're looking at that 5-hole hitter right now. Look at the size of him in this, in the batter's box, that presence. But having to lay a bunt down. I don't know how many reps he's had of that pre-game or in strict training. But again, this is what these innings mean when you're looking at the second inning. Olympic middle line. You you're going to have to scratch more of those runs, especially early against these two teams.
One ball and one strike. Mark was smiling after his last bunt attempt. He didn't bunt it that one. Took a healthy hack at a fastball, got 1-2.
I always wondered what a bunt does to a pitcher's mentality. Are you on the mound happy to see a guy drop down a bunt because it gives you an out, or does it put more pressure on having that runner in scoring position?
Well, I mean, off on the right side, right, Ryan?
I'll be honest with you right now. Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm going with this. Yeah, I'm done playing, and I hated fielding punts. Oh my goodness, it was an absolute circus.
A 2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Jim strikes out, swinging one away. Park at first. Here's Ouija. It's my favorite story. I heard it 2 nights ago. You can tell him now. Keep laughing.
Well, basically, there was probably a good 6 or 7 attempts playing in the major league, so a good crowd and the game means a lot. Anything from the mound over towards first base in that region, any bunt, that ball's getting him out to the seats. It was bad. A little bit of the yips. I can talk about that now. I would never have spoken about that thing 5 years ago. But it can be tough. But anytime you have middle of the order laying a bunt down, you need outs. They have at it.
Routes to second. Salazar, second for one. Over to first, a double play. Andy Pereira answers 6-4-3. Tailor-made twin killing. We are scoreless through 2. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. We'll go to the 3rd. Mexico, nothing. Korea, nothing. You're watching the 2019 Premier 12, brought to you by the WBSC. Jung-Hoon Park got out of a jam in the second inning. Inning 5-3 double play. I'll try to carry that momentum here in the 3rd. No score, Mexico and Korea. The winner of this game is going to the 2020 Olympics. How it's going, Greg Durham, Ryan Rowland-Smith here on the call. And Javier Salazar will lead things off for Mexico. Mexico is the story of the tournament. For the first week, first pitch. A half-hearted swing and a miss. No balls, 1 strike.
Salazar, one of the youngest guys on this team. You look at the lengthy resumes of everybody from Mexico, then you got the 23-year-old Salazar. I don't think he was quite ready for that pitch. But now you can tell he's already made the adjustment. That's pretty sharp contact.
He fouled it down the third base side, count 0-2. Smooth fielding shortstoppy helped start a 6-4-3 double play in the bottom half of the second. And turn this game to the 3rd scoreless. The 0-2. This is high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ryan, this Mexico team, 6-1 win against the Dominican Republic, 8-2 victory against the U.S., 10-2 victory against the Netherlands. But they come here to Japan, and the offense vanishes. Pitch, tapper, foul, first base side.
Yeah, they don't lean heavily on their pitching, and that's going to be the trend, and that's why you're probably going to see 3rd, 4th, 5th inning. They start to get base runners. it's going to be more of the small ball approach. You haven't seen the same offense as we saw in group play.
A ball, 2 strikes, and a pitch. Just misses outside. Count 2-2. We saw them 2 nights ago here. Just a 3-1 loss against Japan. But the only issue was they had 1 hit. It was a home run, and it was by Jonathan Jones. 2-2. Check swing, and it's fouled back behind home plate. That was a protective swing.
Yeah.
Not from a third strike, but so his face didn't get implanted with some stitches.
Hey, Craig, you mentioned it too, that swing. Man, it's going to be tough when you're facing this kind of angle for the first time. You want to be aggressive, knowing you're going to get something to hit, knowing what he's done against lefties. Struggled to find his command.
2 misses outside, count 3-2, but still, with 2 pretty bad swings on pitches here, he's brought the count to 3-2.
But you can see right now, John Newpark just not taking advantage of that, really struggling to execute pitches against left-hand hitters.
Well, pitch from Mark. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, he recovered there.
And that is a huge energy injection if you're pitching. When you're struggling against, whether it be lefties or righties, what it may be, all of a sudden, big 3-2 pitch, and you're able to execute in that situation, it is swing and miss, you can all of a sudden exhale, say, okay, now we're starting to trend up a little bit.
It might have gotten ugly had he not put that pitch over, because Salazar was hoping for ball 4. It was clear that he was not comfortable swinging against that arm slot. Big victory.
And to put a runner on base here for the hottest hitter for Mexico, Jonathan Jones. Swings at the first pitch and misses. Count 0-1, and Jonathan Jones, one of the more aggressive hitters in this entire tournament. We saw a first pitch home run the other night. He had 10 rows deep in the left field. No balls and a strike, the pitch. Jones squared to bunt. Pulled back at a fastball up high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Talking to J.P. Morosi on the field before the game. He said Jonathan Jones saw him in Guadalajara. He was one of my favorite players in Group A. Pitch. Jam shot, diving play made by Clark. Not known for his defense. That is on his career highlight reel defensively. Young Bo Clark robs Jonathan Jones of Mexico's first hit here in the 3rd inning, 2 away.
That ball's a laser beam. Headed for right field, and all of a sudden, Young Ho Park comes out the corner of your screen, able to make that play. See even better look. Even from that angle from a righty, that's a tough play. And more importantly, what that does for your starting pitcher, John Ho Park, in this situation, keeps that 47 pitches intact, as opposed to having to go to work with runners on base.
First pitch to Noah Perio misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. What a play by Young Ho Park. Jonathan Jones must be frustrated. Pitch, and it hits the outside corner for a strike. Out 1-1. Well, you hit the ball hard all tournament long. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. That time, it was the left. 1-1 pitch. That's the drill. Deep right. Heading back mid towards the line. Should stay in the yard. It does. He makes the catch. Just got a little bit underneath it. Allowed south, but the same result. Deep fly out and a 1-2-3. Pretty entertaining inning for John Boone Park and Korea. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Middle of 3. Mexico, Korea, scoreless. You're watching 2019 Premier 12 Super Round, brought to you by the WBSC. We are scoreless here from the Tokyo Dome. Alex Cohen, Greg Durham, Ryan Roland Smith, Mexico, and Korea. Just one total hit combined between the two teams. Andy Beretta in for his third inning of work. Jose Jump Choi, Byung-Hun Park, In-Woo Park. Here to start things off in the third. And this is the type of game that we expected coming into offenses who have struggled to pitching staffs who've been among the best in the Premier 12.
I think the other element to this, knowing the Olympic bid is on the line, getting to that final with the Premier 12 finals on the line, he starts to tighten up, trying to do a little bit too much. That's why you can probably see zeros over a couple more innings there. But Moreno has to hold serve in this situation. Stop that movement.
Jump Choi. This is just his second start of the tournament. This is inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Experience hitter. Early in his KBO career, one of the top home run hitters. Now he's played a little bit more sparingly. 31 years old. He's hit 40 or more home runs twice. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitched by Beretta. Inside. 3 balls and no strikes. And you can sense, Ryan, there is a little bit of tightness here with everything on the line.
Especially when both teams are coming off big losses. Korea to Chinese Taipei, that's an upset to them. That's a game they want to take care of because they run such a wave of momentum. And for Mexico, that exhausting loss against Japan, knowing that only the one hit, but there's just too many opportunities where they clearly had something going.
3 balls and a strike. Beretta fires. Check swing. He went around. It's a strike. Choi didn't agree with the call. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
So pre-game, it was interesting watching Mexico gather around outside the dugout, having a big talk as a big team, big circle, trying to just get the vibes going, that energy bouncing off each other, which is so important. The team chemistry is so crucial in these short stints.
3-2 popped up, shallow right. Mario, long run, sidewalk, jumps over the wall, and he can't make the catch. What an effort from Noah Perio. Almost got a beer and a nacho in his face. Instead, it's a foul ball.
They have nachos here?
Yeah, they do have nachos.
But really, that was an opportunity 2 nights ago for Mexico also to clinch that Olympic berth. They know they're just 1 win away. They've known for 3 days now. And we've seen 2 hits over the course of 12 innings. So maybe gripping the bats just a little too tight there.
Mexico knows they only have this game left. Korea more controls their own destiny, even if they lose tonight. They have a game tomorrow against Japan, which will be very important. 3-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. And Beretta, strikeout number 2.
It's interesting to watching Mexico do that pre-game. In these tournaments, especially the Olympics, you're in these big stages like this internationally, you've only been around each other for a short period of time. Team chemistry, you can't put a number on it. Energy, momentum, team chemistry is so crucial. 2004, when we upset Japan against the gold medal game, we were just riding off that chemistry we had inside that locker room.
Just beyond run Park, first pitch. Gets the outside corner for a strike count on 1. You mean there's no saber metric that can quantify momentum?
Unfortunately, there is not.
Team chemistry, no. I don't know if baseball science would appreciate that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Beretta fires. This is low and outside. Count 1-1. You bring up a really good point. It's not like this team has gelled together for 6 months, 4 months. They've been together for the better part of 3 weeks. Still trying to learn what buttons to push. And the 1-1. This is low.
They really are, and it's a crash course of learning each other's flags. You learn, what this guy likes to do, that guy likes to do, whether you're on a bus, because you're in tight quarters all the time. You long travel, the Mexican team on that flight, and all the way from Guadalajara, then you're all of a sudden in hotels, buses, the entire time together.
2 balls, balls, one strike in the pitch. Misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Mexico, they started their journey in the United States and went to Guadalajara. They were the first group to play on November 1st, then flew to Japan. 3-1. Catches the outside corner for a strikeout, 3-2. At least Korea had the luxury to play Group C home. So did Mexico, but the majority of these players who are on Korea are from Seoul, and that's where they played Group C play. 3-2. Chopper foul off the front foot that hurts. Count 3-2.
Tell you what, Brady, you see that pitch count slowly starting to climb up there. Man, what a job he has done. The quality of pitches in those bad counts. 2-0, 3-1s. He's not giving in. We talked about that earlier with the Korean team, the Japanese team. They just simply don't give in and challenge you. But for Brady, he is challenging the main quality pitches in the process.
Count at Young Hunt Park. Moreta. The 3-2 offering. Missed strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the third. That'll bring up Midwood Park.
You mentioned the high pitch count for Moreta, and that's really nothing new. It goes along the lines of what he's done his entire career. A guy who's pitched nearly 1,000 professional innings between the affiliated minor leagues and at home in Mexico. And he's averaged 9 strikeouts and 4 walks per 9 innings. So he's going deep into counts. He's throwing lots of pitches. A guy who's done it out of the bullpen. He's done it in a starting capacity. So the business as usual for Manny Moreta. But Mexico's going to need him to go as deep into this ball game as he possibly can. So this is a huge moment here. He can get out of the third inning having just gone through the lineup once.
Senators face the minimum here through 2 2/3. First pitch to Midwood Park. This is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Midwood Park had one of the best at-bats of this entire tournament 4 days ago here against the United States. It was in the 7th inning, 2 outs, 11 pitches. Hit a single, catches the outside corner for a strike. Out 1-1. At that point, Korea was up 3-1. He reached out a single with 2 outs, and that sparked a Korea rally. Back-to-back RBI doubles. Korea ended up beating the U.S. 5-1. 1-1 pitch. Curveball. That's taken a little bit inside. Out 2-1. Park hitting an even 200. 3 for 15. 2-1. This is just a tick high. Count 3-1. Brian, do you see signs of fatigue here from Moreta? Now, I know he was a starter this summer in the Mexican League, but limited to bullpen duty thus far for Mexico.
I think these counts are just the subject of that secondary pitch, that changeup. We saw that a couple pitches ago, and that break ball, not able to get a hold on that pitch, but that fastball has been tailing him out, as you see right there.
Lines out to left, and another 1-2-3 inning from Manny Moreta. Job well done. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We officially have a pitcher stool here at the Tokyo Dome. 1 combined hit between 3 innings were scoreless. So you are watching the 2019 Premier 12 Super Round, and everything brought to you by the WVSC. score here from the Tokyo Dome. Mexico, nothing. Korea, nothing. The winner of this game, whoever scores are on first, I guess, going to the Olympics. So much on the line tonight. Middle innings of play-by-play. We'll send it to my partner here in the booth. Craig Durham, take it over.
Thank you very much. As we look at the 3, 4, 5 hitters, Quiroz, Sosa, and Navarro for Mexico. When will it break? These hitters with so much talent who put up such big numbers in the opening round. 3 runs over the course of 20 innings, 21 in super round play.
And it's good to see for the Mexican team, Barrera getting off to a much better start than Horacio Ramirez, the veteran, the 40-year-old who struggled against Japan. And really, when you go back to that game, with how tight that game was, Japan jumping all over him in that first inning, all of a sudden had to bring, Juan Castro had to bring the bullpen in early. That completely set the tone for that Japanese team. But for Barrera, he knows that offense is scarce, and he is holding serve right now with Park.
Good 2-0 pitch from Park as he takes his second look at Quiroz. He hit him in the first inning, first of 2 hit by pitches. Now rocking and dealing 2-1. That was a little low.
And you already can see again, 3-1 count, but the comfort factor against lefties is starting to grow a little bit. Jumping Park, this Mexican team just now starting to feel a little bit of that desperation. This is a great sign for them to get those wheels turning offensively.
First base on balls.
It's a really good at-bat by Esteban Quiroz, taking 2 pitches, very borderline. The first one a little bit below the knees. The second one just a tick outside. You get the leadoff batter aboard for the second time in 4 innings. Big chance here for Mexico.
Roberto Sosa with a long look down towards the third base coach's box before climbing in for the second time. He lined out softly to second. His first time up. We've talked a lot about the bunt. We haven't seen a sacrifice bunt yet. And there's a pitch up by for ball 1.
If you're Mexico right now, you're going to see some dragged out at bats. I know there's a little bit of desperation, wanting to get the wheels turning, get the hard hit balls. You have to make Jung-Hoon Park work in this situation because he has struggled with runners on. Already, you know something's going on with that bullpen right behind him.
Ball on the strike now on Sosa, who gets the designated hitter's assignment today. Matt Clark on the bench, at least to start the game. Christian Villanueva, not going to be seeing him after being a big part of the opening round.
We heard a lot about the Korean bullpen coming into this Premier 12.
A little pop-up here. The first down of the inning.
How dominant they are. Once you get to the 6th inning, the game really short. We heard about the 3 closes they had, 3 top-of-the-line closes from the KBO in the back end of that bullpen. 2 guys, Jay Woo Cha Ha and Wu Chen Cha, 2 guys who can throw 95, 96 and can shut you down late in the game. It's important for Mexico right here to get something going here, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Well, Korea, they just give you so many different looks. And starting from their starting pitcher who throws from his ankles, and then you go to the bullpen, and as Ryan said, you have the fireballers, 95, 96, just totally different sight lines there if you're a hitter.
Good first pitch to Efren Navarro, and knowing all that about how deep the bullpen is, how important an early lead is, it really makes you wonder why you don't even think about bunting Sosa. And it's
Right.
not that we want to sound like a broken record, keep repeating ourselves, but he's a guy with just 2 at-bats in this entire tournament prior to tonight. Didn't look great in the first inning, and you get the same result, a soft contact out to the second baseman in his second time up. Is might as well just get that runner into scoring position with 1 away.
Manufacturing runs. This game has the feel of 1-0.
Does
It's
it?
a 2-1 game, and runs are certainly at a premium.
Navarro nearly gave Mexico a lead. Now he rips one into center field. His second hit in as many tries. The throw towards third will be cut off first and second with 1 out. Navarro off the wall, leading off the second inning, up the middle to really put Mexico in business here in the 4th.
No ready here for Navarro. This is 2 at-bats where that breaking ball has not been a factor. The pitch right before this was just a cement mixer, had no effect whatsoever. So Efren Navarro, he's been around for a long time. That's where he starts eliminating pitches, sitting fastball, because you know what? If he's able to locate that breaking ball, just tip your cap. And that's what we're slowly starting to see as we get deeper in that second top to the line.
Cement mixer. Like, good adjective. Like it. I do.
Love it. What a moment for Solis. Where Alex mentioned earlier, has hit a couple of big home runs. He gave Mexico a lead in day one of the Super Round against Chinese Taipei. That stood up as the winning run in a 2-0 victory. Because after that first pitch, he was all geared up for it. It's 0-1. Solis overall with 4 hits in the tournament. 4 for 19. 3 of the 4 hits for extra bases. A double to go along with the 2 homers. Fans from Mexico starting to get into it now. The 0-1 and another win. 0-2.
So at least you have to have a better approach than that against Junkyard Park. It's just been so inconsistent pitch to pitch in this big spot.
Difficulty with the slider starting middle in and tailing high and outside, sticking his backside out and filing the barrel of the bat. And Solis has been so good this entire 2019 Premier 12. He's up in a big spot.
Really wasn't even close to either of those first 2 pitches. Road Park 2 with him now. Goes back to him, up out of the zone. 1, 2, 3 for the second out of the inning. Still first and second. Now a chance for Juan Perez, but what an opportunity missed for Mexico.
Yeah, it really was. So it's just probably the weakest at bat for Junkyard Park. Okay, right in that situation, he's able to come up for air. You got 2 runners on. You start to slip a little bit, maybe a little bit of fatigue coming in. You know you're going to be maybe at the end of your line if that bullpen is a factor for that Korean team. Able to come up with a huge strikeout.
There's Juan Perez, the 28-year-old. Plays for Saltillo in the LMB. He takes a look at strike one, Bell not.
And one advantage, we've talked about the bullpen's been underground. When you're starting pitching and you're starting to get some inconsistencies, and you see that pitch can't start to go through the roof, and you start glancing over your left shoulder.
Really?
So yeah, look at that bullpen where you're like, oh, I'm going to slow him down because you want to stay out there. But the one advantage is when those bullpens are underground, you just completely lock in and not let that distract you.
Headed towards the seats, third base side. That one actually doesn't make it to the seats, but goes down into Korea's dugout, or Mexico's dugout. For an 0-2 start for Juan Perez.
And just too many times throughout my career where you glance over and you see someone getting loose and you start playing manager in your head and just starts playing with your mind. It is so tough to lock in and get those outs to prove that you were able to stay out there.
On the mound right now, you have no idea. Guys could be running circles and wind sprints in the bullpen, and you would have no idea.
It is different, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Home fans wondering who's getting loose. 5 straight strikes, meanwhile. Let's make it 6 back-to-back Ks for John Wood Clark. He got Solis and Perez stranded to pair at the top of the 4th. Will Korea score first? We'll find out in a moment.
game. They both belong to the Mexico national team, but it's Korea's turn now to try and break the ice. A 0-0 game through 3.5. Lee, Kim, and Kim against Manny Barreda. We'll see how they look. Getting their second look at the veteran Ryan Hander, who spent 8 years in the New York Yankees minor league system, year in the Brewers system, year with the Braves. Put up great numbers throughout his entire minor league career. Still hasn't gotten that chance at the major league level in North America, but on the stage for what Alex correctly called one of the biggest international baseball games we can recall, maybe ever. The winner of tonight's game advancing to the Olympics next summer here in Japan, and also will be playing for the Premier 12 Championship on Sunday night. So he gets the big assignment. And he's done well for himself, allowing just one base runner via a walk.
There's an Olympic element, there's a financial element, $5.2 million of prize pool money in the 2019 Premier 12. So you give a financial incentive for the players and the coaches to thicken their wallet and their native currency, and not just yet. And it's a pretty big deal.
2-1 on its way. Off the end of that penalty.
And for Barreda, again, that changeup is getting it back. Counts. That's the one pitch he has not been able to locate. Second time through the order, that's going to be the difference maker if he can get that changeup over for a strike. And this guy, John Lee, watching him hit, he kind of has the opposite approach. Early in counts, he's trying to hit that ball to left field, go the other way, and all of a sudden, with 2 strikes, he takes bigger swings.
2-2. There's a line drive to center. It's going to fall in front of Jones. And that's the first hit for Korea. Just the second base runner. And now I think you can expect this team to play some small.
That's just such a nice, easy, balanced swing. Just flip the wrist, place it in the center field. That was like a golf chip, not a baseball swing. Yeah, a lot of these hits, too. Like I said, from Group C on, early in counts, they hit spraying up on left field. Later on, the swing is a little bit more aggressive, which is interesting from center field over to right field. But now he has been all over the place. Mentioned a 571 on base, batting average, lead this Premier 12 batting average. Interesting to bring a meeting at the mound. Again, we can't see who's warming up in the bullpen right now, if at all. But this game, exactly what we thought it would be, Craig and Ryan. 2 teams who have been among the best pitching staffs in the Premier 12, and here in the Super Round at least have struggled offensively. 3 total hits, 7 total base runners, 3.5 innings, no runs. It sort of feels like the first to 1 wins. There could be more runs than that, but just runs, extra base hits, so rare. You have to take advantage of your base runners. And Craig, I agree with you. You could start seeing some more small ball, especially in a situation like this.
I mean, I put that whole $5.2 million purse on the line that we're going to see a bug right here. Mexico bringing the infield together, probably securing assignments. As you see Flores way in front of the third base bag.
You know where I'm taking that $5.2 million purse? To Tahiti. I'm not placing it on the line here. I'm going and running YouTube and call the game. I'll catch the next flight.
And with Kim, the shortstop, grounding out last time, probably well versed in getting down a sacrifice button when he has to. We'll all look for it here. Barreda starts from the belt. Kim squares, pushes it up the first base line, but it rolls foul. It's all metaphorical. But look for him to do it again.
A little atmosphere here. Earlier today, United States came from behind and they won on a 2-run home run by Brett Booker against Chinese Taipei. Great game early on.
A good atmosphere this morning, this afternoon as well. A lot of fans traveling from Taiwan to support Chinese Taipei. Another bunt attempt and strike 2. He pulled it back and took the pitch at the knees for a strike.
Yeah, huge break right here for Mexico. You got John Lee, who leading off that inning, who has been in the thick of it all group long. Now all of a sudden, you have an opportunity to keep him at first base with 1 out.
There is a chance we'll see Kim attempt another bunt with the 2 strikes. Flores stayed in around the bag. He takes a step back at the third for Mexico, but don't put it past these Korean hitters to try and get it down with 2 strikes. Moreno trying to get him to show his handle, spin and fire over to first. Big moment in the ball. Moreno's pitch to get that second strike, too. One of his best fastballs of the evening. It backed up over the outside corner.
Rick Flores playing on the line, staying on the fence when it comes to whether or not he's going to try and drop that bunt down. Big take with 2 strikes.
A lot of indecision there. He's taking the step in and the step out. No sign of a bunt. The pitch low and away for ball 1. So maybe now Jorge Flores can relax a little bit down at third base. Kim will look down and take a fresh set of signals. Outfield shifted. Kim to pull slightly. A lot of room down the line and right. Massive gap in right center field with John Jones a few steps towards left center field. Correa could use his 4th strikeout. Further away, 2-2.
It's a situation right now. Junku Lee will not take off. If they can't get the bunt down, look for him to run. But Barreto is fast to the plate. Usually he gets to the first base coach with a stopwatch in hand. If he goes up about 1.3 seconds, look for him to take off. He stole a couple bags back to group play. It's a huge at-bat. It's the 4th inning, but man, with the offense the way it is, what this game means.
Those big hitters do up in the cleanup spot, but Barreto wins the battle. 4th strikeout of the night, and Lee remains at first with 1 away.
And then what does that do besides just getting you that 1 out? Just an absolute jolt of energy, not only with you on the mound with Barreto, but that entire dugout is feeding off that. Now you can go to work. You can see Juan Castro strolling out after that big out from Barreto.
And a great outing for Barreto as well.
A lot of congratulations on the mound. Well earned. No question about it from Barreto, who will take a seat after 59 pitches, allowing just 1 hit and 2 base runners. We'll step away only briefly and come back to tell you about the new Mexican pitcher in just a moment. So Brendan Bernardino, the left-hander, 27 years old from Valencia, California, comes on in relief. Manny Barreda to take on Jaewon Kim. DH batted with 1 out and man on first. A scoreless ball game for Bernardino. It's his 4th appearance of the tournament. And the left-handed specialist has gone 1/3 of an inning in 3 separate outings, allowing a hit each time against the United States, Chinese Taipei, and Japan.
Yeah, we saw him against Japan a couple of days ago. Able to recover, gave up a hit, but able to recover and get a big out. He's in a big spot right here, 4th inning.
2 of the 3 outs he's earned in this tournament have been on strikeouts. Manny Bereda's night is done after striking out 4, including Ha-Sung Kim, who was up trying to get down a bunt a moment ago. Bernardino puts his first pitch in the left-handed batter, rather right-handed batter's box. He falls behind 1-0. Nice block by Solis.
Again, Kim steps in from the left side. He's the type of hitter who could change the entire compass of the game with one swing in the bat. You saw hit a home run early in this tournament against the United States, about 10, 15 rows deep down the right field line. Aggressive batting practice. He's a mistake. You leave an elevated fastball middleman. We're looking at a 2-0 game.
So Bernardino continues to work him low and away. The 1-0. Good breaking ball. Ball struck.
I think he's going to get a steady dose of breaking balls in this situation. The only time you'll probably see a fastball is if he elevates or if he has to give in, so to speak. But that slider right there for a strike is a good indication that's going to be his weapon. Again, fastball, he's just going to elevate with that pitch.
The 1-1. In the air to left field, not particularly deep. Perez racing in. Salazar from short went back after it, but Perez has it to the second out of the bottom half of the 4th inning. Jungle Lee has to go back to first.
I mean, if you're a team like Korea, you know Japan already has that Olympic bid. This is what you're fighting for, that Olympic bid. If things start to go off the rails when you're talking about other teams upsetting Chinese Taipei, you don't want to look back to the 4th inning, maybe Thursday evening, against Mexico and start to mess with your head, especially that man right there. We're getting that bunt down, making some big things happen. Scott Yumio and Pop, you're going to keep the lefty on to face him.
It's surprising, really.
I think a situation like this, if you get ahead in the count, you'll go right after it. If he slips behind, you can pitch around a little bit with the lefty on deck. Pretty precarious position here. And that last fly ball, took a look at the replay, and Juan Perez raced in, and that ball been aided by the dome. It's the white baseball, the white dome. He took 4 steps back and about 14 steps in. Almost was a different play.
Marco can to watch Bernardino toss it over the first a couple of times. He walked in the second inning. He became the first base runner allowed by Manny Beretta. Lee, single up the middle to start this bottom of the 4th inning. Only 2 base runners allowed by Mexico's starter. Now a pitch. A big swing and a miss as Bernardino continuing to lead heavily on that breaking ball.
Yeah, again, if he gets 2 strikes right, he's going to go right after him. That would be huge. Yeah, that can keep him on pitching into that 5th because he's got the lefty on deck. Just helps Juan Castro bridge that gap. He's looking at filling the holes, filling the gaps with your bullpen right here.
Manage this one like it's for all the marbles, because really, in a lot of ways, it is. Secure that Olympic berth tonight. Anything from that point forward is just gravy.
Especially for Mexico. It's our last game play, at least Korea. They will play tomorrow against Japan.
A bad-looking pitch there for Bernardino. Nice job by Young-Ho Park to lay off. We saw, I don't want to call it over-managing earlier today in the Chinese Taipei United States game, but we had relievers who never threw a pitch. 1-1 here. Stays high and wide for ball 2. Youngie Jung, the manager for Chinese Taipei. We've seen him do it both ways. We've seen him send pinch hitters to the plate who never actually take a turn at bat. The old get my matchup one way or another. Another lost art of the game. Some would call it a lost art. Some are very happy, I'm sure, to see it going. Big 2-1. Bounces in for ball 3. Be very careful with Mark.
You know, there's another factor in this game. It's international ranking. You look at Mexico, they're the 6th ranked team in the world, coming into this tournament. They are only
35 points behind Cuba with number 5, and they're 175 points behind Chinese Taipei. Now, with each place that you finish, you get a certain amount of points. If Mexico can get to the final, they will more than likely be the number 4 ranked team in the world. So that's a pretty big deal. Great point. Now 3-1 swing and a little chopper.
Young Park will not see it fastball in this situation. The exit 3-2. We talked about that earlier. 3-0, 3-1. It's just going to be slider heavy to get the lefty on deck. But again, now he's got a chance to challenge him a little bit. If he's going to try a fastball, this has to be elevated above the strike zone. If it's that right ball, well outside the strike zone. Again, you are not giving in the situation to avoid the walk over base.
Run will be off. There he goes, and there's a swing and a miss. Strikeout for Bernardino. Mexico leaves a pair at the top of the 4th. Korea leaves a man in the bottom half of the inning, so we played 4 scoreless innings. We'll be back with the 5th in just a moment. John Moon Park maybe hasn't had his best stuff through the first 4 innings tonight, but he's gotten away with it. Just 2 hits allowed. He stranded a pair in the 4th. He's left 5 men on base through 4 innings of work, and now he'll deal 8-9-1. Mexico's out for the 5th.
Yeah, it's been a battle for him. Trying to get dialed in with that command. It's amazing, too. A little bit of deflation out of that energy when you see John Moon lead. Get on with a leadoff walk. Can't get the bunt down. Hop up the left field. Big strikeout. All of a sudden, they're starting to scratch the floor to try and figure out answers to get that offense moving in the right direction.
Started the finale of the opening round against Cuba. The shutout victory for his team. Now it's 0-2.
Ron, you pointed this out a couple legs ago, just the comfortability against right-handed hitters versus left-handed hitters. He had Solis flaring the last inning, and Jorge Flores has been unable to really get a good beat on Park the first 2 pitches during this setback.
That's this one hard left side, backhanded pickup by Kim, who sets his feet and gets it to first in time for the out. Nice strong throw, and Flores going to that hit first time, couldn't get there in time.
So Kim showing off plenty of arm strength in that with that backhand. And again, we see a slide into first base. I sound like a broken record when I talk about this. Scientifically, it is fast to run through that bag. But what I've heard from base runners who probably didn't have a play, probably didn't have a beat on that. But it is so much faster run through that bag. We hear base runners talk about this all the time. Instinctually, that split second, all of a sudden, it just feels better to dive. And that just goes to show a little bit of that desperation trying to get something to happen.
Not to go against your sides, but looking at the actual replay, looked like his momentum was taking him more forward, that his hands were ahead of his feet, almost as if he were running through the bag, he would tumble.
Now a diving pickup on the third base bag, but this throw is wild and it bounces into the seats. It'll be Salazar on second with one out for Mexico.
Yeah, plenty of time. It was a great play diving behind the bag by Choi. Got up and rushed the throw to first. We take a look at the replay. At least by the initial look, he could get up, gather, throw to first. It may have been a close play, but he should have had time.
And you want to compare this play to Cam. All it is setting your feet, giving your arm time to catch up. That situation right there, the timing from the lower half to the upper body to make that throw just wasn't there.
It wasn't really smooth the way that he fell down on the baseball, or on the bag, I guess, after he had the baseball in his glove. But aside from that, what an adjustment by Salazar, who was just mystified by that submarine pitch the first time he came up to make the necessary adjustments, get the ball down the line, put himself in a great position to become the game's first run here in the top half of the fifth inning as we roll it over to John Jones a third time, and he takes a pitch inside for ball one.
You have runner on second, your hottest hitter up. The leadoff spot, dynamic hitter, he can run. He can take you out of the ballpark. We've seen that twice in as many games.
He did give Salazar a hit and charge an error to Choi. Jones drills it out to left field. High and deep. And gone. Another home run for Jonathan Jones and a 2-0 lead for Mexico.
That's that pitch up. We talk about eliminating pitches. He saw something up, and he was going to react. Again, a lot of this bounces off the momentum. Korea not being able to get that bunt down. All of a sudden, you get there, you get a break. And you know Jonathan Jones is up there, and Huntley goes to the roof. The bang goes deep here to left field in the Tokyo Dome.
That's a home run here. 3 consecutive games for Jonathan Jones. And we talk about each of these contending teams have an MVP candidate. Jonathan Jones might be the MVP of the Premier 12 with that 2-run blast breaking the scoreless tie here in the fifth. And wow, what a momentum switch. Mexico leads 2-0.
Korea going to the bullpen, will step aside, come right back, pick it up with a score for the first time tonight. It's Mexico 2, Korea 0. You saw the love for Jonathan Jones in the dugout from his teammates. Kind of single-handedly powering the offense for his team in the super round and now putting his team, 5 innings away from the limit. Of course, that's a long ways to go, but in a game like this, 2-0 lead feels a lot bigger than it really is.
Yeah, and a really good at bat in that situation. We talked about the first couple of home runs we saw against Australia and Japan, just straight ambush mode. But all of a sudden, he gets deeper into a count. I think the biggest thing against that man right there, John Moon Park, it was just a matter of time seeing that ball up that angle. A lot of pitches left out over the plate. And Jonathan Jones, perfect timing when you talk about situations where you want that hottest hitter up when you get a break, and they certainly did.
First man out of the pen for Korea, Uchun Cha, left-handed pitcher who has not allowed a hit in 2 previous outings of Premier 12, spanning an inning and 2/3. He struck out a pair, walked a pair, dealing with the lefty Perio.
He knew at some point you're going to see this man with the lefties and that Mexican team and how dominant he's been throughout this Premier 12. And he's taking his numbers too in the KBO. His momentum sucker, that's for sure. Good fastball. Get up to the big 90s, that slider, devastating the lefties.
We've got to look at it. They're untouchable, that pitch. Will he give it to Perio again? He does. No one lays off.
You're going to see a pairing, that fastball, middle up, with good velo, and then back to that slider.
The 1-2. Good job by Perio to keep his weight back, foul it off.
And that right there, 107 kilometers per hour, that's sub 70 miles per hour. Huge speed diff when you're coming off that fastball as well, which we haven't seen just yet, but you know it's coming.
That's almost an Ephus-like breaking ball with such arc to it, a perfect 12-6 break and huge speed discrepancy.
Maybe to set up a fastball here. Foul back.
That was in our direction. Ryan didn't even flinch. Well, there's a net there, but with arc over the net.
I flinched inside, trust me.
We have 3 monitors in front of us, and I'm ducking underneath the counter.
We've seen all the different speeds he brings. Now back to the slider chop towards third, throwing on the run. This time, Troy gets the job done. Don't forget about that error and what that means to this inning. A couple of batters ago, when Salazar chopped it down the third baseline, he had time to Jung Choi to set his feet and throw to first. Would have been 2 out, bases empty for Jones. Instead, it kind of got the wheels turning for Mexico.
I think that's a tougher play than the one we saw where he had to fall down towards the bag because he's not able to set his feet in that situation. He does get that good bounce. That ball bounces one more time to be a lot closer play.
Another lefty Quiroz, ball 1 away. That was kind of a must-make type of play.
Yeah.
You didn't want the inning to really start to spiral out of control. Your Korea.
Especially, too, when you're hanging out down at third base, anchoring on the play you did make before, which is going to be, it could be detrimental to this Olympic bid, this gold medal game for Korea.
1-1. Skips in. Still hasn't featured the fastball.
Yeah, he's thrown a little uprighties, call it a BP fastball, something with a little bit of movement, but you know he has got that low 90s to mid fastball up in the strike zone.
A check swing. A 3-1 count against Quiroz. He's been on base twice already tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the first and then drew a walk leading off last inning. Turning in some really nice at-bats in the 3 slot. Late appearances, I suppose. 3-1. Hard hit ball, grounded foul to fill it up. Humberto Sosa on deck. Kind of the last minute addition to the lineup. A guy with just 2 at-bats in the tournament prior to this evening's massive ball game. Now the payoff pitch from Chop. And it's sucked out to right field. Back after it mid. On the warning track, he'll reach up and make the catch. And the out that retires the side with 2 runs at the top of the 5th on 1 swing. Jonathan Jones has Mexico on top of Korea, 2-0. Just moments ago, Jonathan Jones with his third home run of this 2019 WBSC Premier 12 to give his team a 2-0 lead. Look at that laser focus coming out of center field.
Yeah, that pitch off his happy zone. That's the one disadvantage too. Put your scouting hat off against Jonathan Park in that situation. You get through from that submarine, you usually see the seam, but the mistakes are going to be up in the strike zone. That's just a situation where you're playing in North America or different places around the world. You are going to fall into some hitters happy zones like we saw there from Jonathan Jones.
Jones, a guy who spent the first 5 years of his pro career in the affiliated minor leagues, part of the Toronto Blue Jays minor league system, but he never went beyond the AA level and since been playing in Mexico.
And I can tell you what, this competition right here, whether it's in the KBO, NPB, even in the US, the scouts everywhere, he's turning some heads right now.
He may be getting a few phone calls when this tournament wraps up if he hasn't been already. He looks like he's having fun out there too. It seems to be a real heart and soul part of this team.
Well, I would also be having fun if I hit a homer in 3 consecutive games. So.
On the first pitch of the ball game in one instance. And to put your team ahead in a game that could punch a ticket to the Olympic Games, they don't get much bigger than this. We'll see what kind of response we get from Korea. Lefty-lefty matchup here with Bernardino beginning and hitting for the first time tonight, matching up against Han-Soo Kim. No stranger to big moments himself. It's that one. For a strike, it's 1-1.
Seeing a lot of curveballs today. Sliders as well, and Bernardino no exception there with that one starting on the front hip of Kim and tailing to the outside portion of the plate.
Some of the Australian guys who upset the US a couple of days ago, and they talked about the secondary pitches, the usage of secondary pitches already for guys who aren't used to usually fastball heavy. But having to go to that secondary pitch, because every little pitch, every count can make a complete difference.
Trying to sneak a fastball in under the hands there. Just a bit too far inside. The grimace from Bernardino. Pretty good framework by Elise too. Didn't get the call, and now it's 2-1. There's a ball hit hard on a line towards the left field corner. That's a foul ball, and it's 2-2.
And a huge break for Mexico. You're right, trying to ride that momentum, that big Jonathan Jones two-run home run. You want that to last as long as you can, as deep in this ball game. All of a sudden, high hit ball left on left, goes foul.
Kim, who was the inaugural MVP of the Premier 12 4 years ago, Olympic gold medalist 11 years ago, I spent time in the major leagues with the Orioles and the Phillies. He didn't miss that last offering from Bernardino. Now he'll have to protect a little bit. 2-2 pitch. That's a nice job laying off that pitch. Not everybody in this tournament's been able to lay off pitches like those.
Guarantee it, a 3-2 count. He's not giving in. The situation have to make a pitch.
I wonder if this will be the end of the outing for Bernardino, who in his previous 3 appearances had only recorded 1 out in each by design. That one stayed high too long, and it's a leadoff walk. For the 3rd time in 5 innings, Korea has the leadoff man aboard.
It's a really good at-bat by Han-Soo Kim. Now, not necessarily fleet of foot on the base pass, so wouldn't expect him to try to swipe it back, but Weiji Wong up the catcher. But a really nice game against the United States a couple days ago, and we might see a meeting and a pitching change at the mound.
And that was it for Bernardino, trying to get the lefty to start the inning. He lost him, but he didn't give in. So we will see Mexico go back to the bullpen here in the bottom of the 5th.
背番号37
A 2-run lead for Mexico's bullpen to protect in a big ball game on a Friday night in Tokyo, Japan. Third man on the mound will be Felipe Gonzalez. He's making his fourth appearance of this Premier 12. He's got a win, hasn't allowed a run in his first 3 outings, and back out there against one of the world powerhouses. He pitched against number 1 Japan the other night. Here he is against world number 3 Korea.
And last time out against Japan, did an amazing job. Horacio Ramirez started that game, had no answers whatsoever. Felipe Gonzalez able to put the fire out and keep his team close. You can see a good plus slider and that velocity. You're going to see 94s, 95s up in the strike zone.
Weiji Yang, the catcher, grounded into a 6-4-3 double play to end the second inning. There to greet him. A lot of room on the right side of the infield with Quiroz shaded up the middle. Another pitch outside for low, 2-0.
Some usual suspects here for the Mexico bullpen, and they have been used throughout this tournament. We've already seen over the last couple days Brandon Bernardino, Felipe Gonzalez, Jesus Cruz, Francisco Rios, Alberto Castellanos. Even with the off day yesterday, some of these arms might be a little tired.
Long hold before the 2-0. That's 3-0. And all these guys, veteran pitchers, guys in their 30s. I don't think that's too much of a concern, whereas you have guys from the United States, for example, with very strict pitch limits, inning limits.
All on sliders, too. Trying to execute that slider. You kind of have a little bit of a freebie right here because E.G. Young has not seen that fastball. He misses.
He was stepping up, backpedaling, stepping out of the batter's box. Was not going to swing at anything. Pitch kind of skipped in. Not a great sign from Gonzalez. That's just the second walk over the course of 4 2/3 innings in this tournament for the right-hander. It's a real threat for Korea. The tying run aboard with nobody out in the fifth.
Even though they're down by 2, you're looking at the base of their lineup. All of a sudden, they see a bunt right here. Get things in motion.
I get that tying run into scoring position. Corner infielders from Mexico expecting just that. Navarro and Flores playing in front of their respective bases. Navarro playing in front of Young. No sign of a bunt, though, from Choi, who looks to strike one over the outer part of the plate.
We have both infielders at the corners playing and infield up the middle playing a double play. That Choi, a big-time prolific home run hitter in the first decade of his career. I wouldn't be shocked if they don't have the bunt on. Let him see if he can pick a fastball out here to drive.
John Choi, that huge error last inning, sitting and redeemed himself.
The 0-1 big, healthy cut. Goes back for strike 2.
And took the hitter sometimes, when they do make a big error in the field, they can carry that over into their at-bat. Sometimes it can work in their favor. But other times, too, sometimes they try and just do a little bit too much. That's where Felipe Gonzalez has to start expanding, get him to swing his pitch, that slider, outside the strike zone, that fastball, elevated.
What a bounce back for Gonzalez, who wasn't anywhere near the strike zone. Walking Young on 4 pitches. Now to be up 0-2. Has to feel good. Comes home. A bit further outside with the fastball. Ball and 2 strikes.
Fastball velocity down from when we last saw Brian. He was around 150, 151 clips 2 days ago, and tonight he's around 148, 147 clips. So that's a difference between 90 to 91 and 93 to 94, which could be a big difference tonight.
One, two. Jump Choi. Good at bat, just based off those last two pitches. Not chasing that fastball, and then not chasing that slider. All of a sudden puts Felipe Gonzalez on the ropes. Even though it's 2-2, it's not quite 3-2 yet, you start to second guess what your stuff is doing to these hitters right now.
Especially when you factor in the first bit of work he did against Young. 2 strikes among his 8 pitches. That's all so far.
Now Bigelow. And it's foul into Mexico's third base side dugout. And they even that too. Look, that's a foul ball with 2 strikes. But anytime, again, you're used to having plus velocity. You're used to seeing swings and misses. You got that Jump Troy who's just all over that pitch. So again, you start to second guess. This is a huge at-bat. Huge at-bat for Korea. Try and swing that momentum back near that dugout.
Give him the lead runner, Young behind him. Another 2-2. Upstairs.
This is the biggest pitch of the game right now.
And all could be forgotten with that error from Choi at third base. If he does something big right here, even if that's draw a walk situation.
That's the last thing you want to do is chase something out of the zone. I wonder if it could be the last pitch of the night for Gonzalez if it doesn't go his way. 3-2. Get hard. Past the diving Salazar into left field. And Korea has the bases loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the fifth.
That's a really good stop by Hansu Kimu. We talked about it earlier. Isn't necessarily fleet of foot. Nobody out. That was a grounder left side that might have hit off the glove of Salazar as we take the replay. He ropes that pass, but didn't hit the glove. Got to the left fielder Perez quickly, and Kim just reverts back to third on a 2-hop throw to home. You do not want to make the first out on the base pass. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Are you surprised to not see anybody go to the mound here, buy a little time for the bullpen, and maybe try to sell Gonzalez down?
Yeah, possibly. I think so, especially because Felipe Gonzalez isn't quite executing his pitches, isn't getting those swings and misses. You want to slow this game down just a little bit. Because all of a sudden, Korea's starting to heat up and feed off that energy.
Good pitch hitter, too. It is not Young on par.
Young got a man.
It is Young on par. That's right. That's correct.
Then he struck out swinging back in the third. Took a pretty good rip there at the first offering from Gonzalez. Not a whole lot of managing you need to do right here. Bases loaded, nobody out. Korea in a situation where you feel they have to score at least 1 run in this inning. Base hit, you're tied the game at 2. The 0-1. Good pitch from Gonzalez. 2 strikes.
Really good pitch. Changes the whole complexity of that situation. Gives him a chance to come up for air. Now he's got options. 0-2. Through that slider in the strike zone. Don't try and do too much. Stay within yourself. Execute that slider down the lane. Or go back to elevate that fastball.
Just above the letters. The 0-2 pitch.
There's the slider. And again, don't lose faith in that pitch. That's the biggest mistake you can make when we've seen this a couple of bats. You're noticing they're starting to pick up your pitch out of your hand. If you start trying to do more of that pitch, that's when you're going to see that hanging slider in the middle of the zone.
Korea's fans coming to life. 1-2 on its way. Good take. Nothing coming easy for Gonzalez.
Yeah, my bench choking up a little bit on that bat. Has to put the ball in play in this situation. Felipe Gonzalez needs a swing and miss.
We go back to the slider here, 2-2. What's hopping along the third base line now?
Look how much he's choking up on the back. And you'll see that a lot, especially in Asia Oceania play with professional baseball in Japan and Taiwan as well. But you look at Mid right now, he's about maybe 4 or 5 inches up the handle. Just a protective swing, trying to put the ball in play and manufacture with a controlled swing. Korea, the first run of the game.
Already 16 pitches from Gonzalez. Number 17 is high. He's got a full count. There's no place to put Ben.
I think you can see this from a mile away. That fastball, that slider spin. This is something you need to see middle. See it up the strike zone.
It must be a lonely feeling all around right now.
Really, just nothing working for Felipe Gonzalez so far after a tournament, which has been brilliant. Massive 3-2 pitch, fouled away. When you look at the way his tournament started, he earned the victory in Mexico's win over the United States with 3 strikeouts and an inning and 2/3. That's the game that Mexico won to earn a berth in the Super Round. And then his 2 Super Round appearances have been, well, even better. You mentioned that important inning and 2/3 against Japan the other night to really keep his team in the game. He shut down Chinese Taipei late in a tight ball game. So we know he has it, but can he find it tonight? Another 3-2 to mid. This one fisted in the air, shallow center field. That's going to fall. Korea's on the board. Bases still loaded, and nobody out.
One and a half back right there from Young Min. Again, we talked about him making contact, that 2-strike approach really early in that at bat. Was able to lay off some half sliders you can see from a mile away. And just enough to see that parachute deployed on this fly ball. No man's land in that situation. We can hop off that third and Korea are in business.
When the bases are loaded, the margin of error is so small. And that ball just flared shallow center in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, right between Quiros at second, Salazar at short. Jones at center. We have a 1-run game. Bases loaded, nobody out. A pitching change, and Korea in business. You're in the Tokyo one.
Pitching for Mexico, number 17, Justin Kelly.
So a well-rested Justin Kelly enters the ball game, tying run on third, go-ahead run on second. Still nobody out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And saw Mexico come in with all the momentum. Now only to have Korea take it all back. Kelly just a third of an inning worked in this Premier 12, and It was in the game against the Netherlands in the last day of the opening round. It was not a game that meant a whole lot to Mexico. They had already wrapped up a super round appearance. Kelly gave up a hit in his third of an inning, walked a man, but survived, didn't allow a run. And to face the lefty, Min Woo Park. First pitch, high up out of the zone, 1-0.
Really get so much credit to these Korean hitters. New pitcher, and that inning, and just slowly letting the game come to them. Jump Choi made that big error. He beat himself by an exhausting at bat.
Now a ball ripped foul.
Followed by Young Min. Man, another exhausting at bat. And this completely stretched my momentum into the Korean dugout.
It's fatiguing me watching these at bats from up here. As we take a look at that replay, we're about 2 feet away from Korea taking their first lead of the night. That would have probably threw the bases.
Yeah, definitely would have. A little too much hook off the bat. Have to look at how the inning began too, with a walk. Bernardino stayed in to face Sun Soo Kim. Now high fastball, 2 and went back-to-back walks. Chris Bernardino, then Gonzalez.
Ryan, I'll give you a segue here. You're a pitcher coming into the game, bases loaded, nobody out, 1-run game, this magnitude. What's your mentality?
Well, easier said than done. And I'll say this because I've fallen into the getting too big, meaning letting the brain start thinking about the situation as opposed to what you need to do. I think for Justin Kelly, especially in the 3-run count, you have to go pitch to pitch. As easy as that sounds to do, it really isn't. You come into this situation, you know what's on the line and what can happen. You've got to block out what the outcome could be with Korea's momentum, what they have. And do that right there. 3-2 pitch in this situation, you still, believe it or not, cannot give in. Everything you got. Because you give in this situation, you'll be kicking yourself in about an hour. You sit back on that bench, wondering how you gave up that base clearing, that base clearing double.
Do you have the gall to throw a breaking ball here? Is this like a 3-2 fastball?
You really have to. I was in this situation against Japan, Nori Aoki with loaded bases. And that right there, look, you might look at that and say, well, he's challenging him. This is a situation, if you fall into that mindset of, I can't walk him right here, that's going to walk a run in, you have got really minimal chance of executing. You have to throw a breaking ball and you have to back with everything you got.
I think you'd be kicking yourself a lot more, like you said, giving up that bases clearing double than walking the bases loaded
With a breaking ball low and away.
Right. And that's that situation too. Again, it's a split second how you feel about your pitches, what the reaction is you get right there. Wow.
Tie game just as quickly as Mexico grabbed the lead. Well, actually, a lot more slowly and perhaps a lot more painfully for Mexico. Korea has wiped it away, and still there's nobody out. They're the bottom of the 5th inning.
And this is where, when you're looking at rosters, the way your roster's built, Mexico's been on a massive run. But you look at the way your roster's built, all of a sudden, Korea, you see the depth of your roster is starting to take over. Korea have a much deeper roster and a much deeper bullpen.
You know who's cheering for this result right now? Those from the United States that are sitting in the Tokyo Dome Hotel and streaming this game live. They are enthralled. 2-2 ball game, I would say that those from Australia are not particularly happy with this result right now.
Well, they can still do it themselves. All Australia has to do is win tomorrow.
But they wouldn't get the Olympic bid if Korea goes.
True. Well, have plenty of time to talk about that. This 5th inning may go on forever. Another pitching change for Mexico.
New pitcher plays now pitching for Mexico, number 93, Humberto Castellanos.
Tough inning for Juan Castro to try and piece together. Nothing has gone his way. We're on to our fourth pitcher at the bottom of the fifth inning as Young New Lee becomes the sixth batter in it for Korea. All five have come up to reach base safely. 3 walks, 2 singles, 2 runs are in. The bases are loaded. Mexico riding high 20 minutes ago. Now Korea in a position to firmly grasp this game and take it down the stretch.
Yeah, if you're Castellanos in this situation again, it goes back to pitch by pitch. But if you can crawl out of this thing with only 1 run given up, Mexico's still in it. This game can get blown open, and we know about that bullpen, that depth that Korea has.
We know where we are in the lineup too for Korea, right where they would want to be, and there's another ball one. That's been the story here in the fifth inning. Pitchers for Mexico falling behind. Young New Lee flew out to center field in the first inning, single, hard line drive to center field in the fourth. Castellanos has been busy. This is his 5th appearance in the Premier 12. And there's a line drive off the ball of Quiroz. The throw will go to second, and there's an out as Korea takes a 3-2 lead.
Now, believe it or not, that's a huge break. Look at a guy like John Lee, who's red hot in the thick of it. And for Quiroz, just knocking that ball down again, we said, you know what? We'll give you one. Give up that 1 run. Get out of this thing. You got a double play in order right now. All of a sudden, they might be able to crawl out of this thing and stay right in this ball game.
That's a really athletic play by Quiroz. That ball hit off the heel of his glove. He nearly had that. It'll go down in the books as an RBI fielder's choice. It should not be an error, although ball did hit his glove. That's not a routine. It's not a routine play. But back on the outfield grass, the ball was kind of bit behind him.
If he catches it, it's probably 2. It's got to be frustrating to think about that possibility. And of course, the tie would still be intact. But yes, a great job to go up and knock it down. Obviously, there was some funky spin on that ball. Off the bat, looked like it was labeled for right field. Now here we are with Hassan Kim, 0 for 2, a ground out to strikeout. And that fastball's outside, 1-0.
And you're starting to see the game speed up. It's a situation. Start looking at these counts. Obviously, Justin Kelly really had no answers. But you start to see this pitching all of a sudden fall into what the situation gives them. And the magnitude of this game. This is where you're going to go pitch to pitch and get back into a count and start executing pitch by pitch.
Castellanos facing Japan the other night, facing Chinese Taipei in night 1 of the Super Round. He has yet to give up a hit in this tournament through his first 4 outings.
Hard throwing righty from the Houston Astros organization. Really putting himself on the map during this Premier 12 tournament.
Tough spot here still, first and third, the 1-1. This is the breaking ball, 2 balls in the strike.
And even though Korea scored 3 runs here in the 5th, you get an inning double play, that momentum shifts right back into Mexico's hands.
Absolutely. Games aren't really won in the 5th inning, but Korea's got an opportunity to take a stranglehold with a couple more hits. That's a big pitch.
It really is.
93 miles per hour on the black.
You get that right here, you can start to breathe and exhale if you want, Castro. Because getting out of this inning with the damage that was done, walking in a run, getting out of this inning only down by 1, you are still in business.
Give an assist to Lisa right there on the catcher. That was tremendous.
Castellanos set 2-2 and a check swing. Count holds.
Again, this is where that breaking ball comes into play. Not trying to do too much. Not trying to expand too much. Just stay within yourself. Let that thing run outside the strike zone.
J1 Kim on deck. Really dangerous left-handed bat if Castellanos gets through Ha-Sung Kim. Oh, boy, right there. Mexico still to go. A little bit high, full count again.
See the spin on that ball? Try to muscle up and make it just a little bit too big. Front side just flies open, arms got nowhere to go.
So just overthrew that.
Overthrown.
Exactly. He didn't like the call, but it did look high and outside right here.
Or to be reacted more to the pitch than the call. Big one, 3-2. Hit on the ground into right field. Another run in for Korea. Everybody who's come to bat has reached base safely here in the fifth inning. It's now 4-2.
And you're seeing the walks pile up. You're starting to see harder contact and you sort of loop in the center field. That ball Junko Lee hit was hit hard. Kuros was able to knock that thing down. Again, a lot of this comes down to pitch by pitch. Seeing not able to execute that slider, and that was huge. All of a sudden, you get super comfortable on that fastball. Shoot that thing to right field.
And what helped there was the runner in motion. So Younghoe Lee was off on the pitch. Esteban Quiroz went to cover, hit the ball where Esteban Quiroz is. Works to perfection. An RBI single for Ha-Sung Kim.
That really would have been close if he hadn't been.
I still think it would have been a hit, but I agree, it would have been close.
That was a great time to send the runner. And now a strike bounce back pitch from Castellanos. You saw the broad smiles on everybody in that Korean dugout. They feel it now. An Olympic berth within their grasp and a shot to play Japan in the championship. That's what happens if Korea wins this game. The finals are locked in. Japan against Korea. Wouldn't that be fun? Now a fly ball into the bat, but still well hit deep to left field. Perez will make the catch. That's a huge second out for Mexico here, keeping runners on first and second.
Give a little frustrated with that one. Just might have been a tick off the end of the bat. Man, he's got some power.
That's his third fly out to Perez in this game already. Now it's Park. Exactly where you want to be in the lineup for Korea to try and really put the game out and reach a guy who's struggled to this point in the Premier 12, but can right the ship with one good at bat here.
Ninth batter of the inning, too. We saw an inning very similar to this in Group B play, Venezuela against Japan. Japan was down 4-2 in the eighth inning. They sent 12 batters to the plate, drew 6 walks, and scored 6 runs.
Big count and a long strike one.
And that's just what good teams do. That's just what good lineups do. Those who have been in situations like this before, high leverage situations in the KBO, experienced hitters like Younghoe Park. This is a Korean team that is made for situations like this. And as Ryan said, against a Mexico pitching staff that's talented but not necessarily deep.
Castellanos with a look back at second before the 0-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. It wouldn't be the worst case scenario for Mexico to go into the sixth inning trailing by a bit. The way this inning has unfolded. 4 runs on just 3 hits for Korea. The 0-2. Almost hit him. Did it hit him? It did. Let's load him up again.
And Elise throwing up his hands right now. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation. You can hear it skin that jersey. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looked like you can see the frustration pouring out his battery right now. Just trying, just desperate.
I think they're going to challenge that call
It looked from here on the monitor that it got just below the 5-2 on the jersey, right by the stomach.
I don't know if I can hear that up here with cans on. I don't know how you don't hear that at field level unless our microphones are actually.
Well, and then also, I don't know how you overturn it.
Yeah.
So it needs to be indisputable evidence that it didn't hit him. And when we looked at the video twice, Ryan, I don't see indisputable evidence that it did not hit him.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to overturn this. That's a tough situation for one catcher to burn your challenge.
Yeah.
You don't want a situation 7th, 8th, 9th inning. You don't have that thing on a close play.
So here it is again. Heading towards Park. It got him.
That
So
got him. I wonder if this is a way to buy some time for the bullpen. There are better ways to go about that, but it's a strange time to use the challenge for sure.
Let's credit the camera crew here for the WBSC, giving us a perfect look at that one. So from that angle, it looks like the jersey rushes back, either by momentum or the baseball, but that look that we had prior to that showed a clear hit of the jersey. I don't think this call, well, first, I think they got the call right. Second of all, I don't think it has enough evidence to be challenged or to be overturned.
And for Mexico right now, just desperate to get back in that dugout, just to try their luck against what's going to be the back end of this Korean bullpen.
Are you surprised that they're taking as long with this as they are?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's pretty crystal clear as to that hit the jersey.
And watch, it's going to get overturned.
Right.
Just because we're saying all this, we're so sure. See if you get to see where we have 3 people, 6 eyes. See simple math right there.
Honestly, I trust my ears on this one more than anything. Yeah, he's on purpose. I wonder if the replay officials have a chance to hear anything. I don't think they do. Not that you would use that in most situations. But
Oh, with a hit by pitch, there's a difference between a ball hitting an elbow guard or a bat. And bases loaded once again.
yes. Remember it all started with Hung-Soo Kim. Bernardino was left in the game. He finished the 4th, came out to start the 5th, explicitly to face Kim, the left-hander, and he walked him on a 3-2 pitch. That's where this all started. Forever ago.
How big of a matchup was that to lead off that inning, left on left. You keep him out there, you get a chance. He gets a big out. He gets Jumbo Park to stay in the game, to face Kim, the lefty. Walks him. And then you can see what the damage has been done this inning.
Just remember the frustration on his face as he went back towards the dugout. Little did we all know as this was flared high in the air foul.
And a 2-run lead at this point feels like a 5-run lead if you're Mexico.
And a 2-hour game feels like a 5-hour game this far. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Not even done 5 innings yet. I need another iced coffee.
Yeah.
Slow torture here for a Mexico team. Just couldn't have been feeling better half hour ago. The exhale. And the pitch line left center field. Could be trouble. The dive, and it goes to the wall. Jones has it on the warning track. That will clear them all. 7-2 Korea.
And that could be that finishing blow with how good this bullpen is, how deep it is. These Korean hitters are just seeing beach balls up there right now. There's so much momentum in their way.
Young Hope Park, 3 for 19 in the Premier 12 coming into that at bat. The saying is he's due. Young Hope Park, a 4-hitter, one of the most talented hitters, accomplished hitters on this Korean team. He was due. That's a heck of an effort right there by Juan Perez. He almost came away with that, but the bags cleared. 7 runs here for Korea. Wow.
The wheels coming off from Mexico. They really are. And you don't get breaks. You don't get plays made like that when you're deflated. Just the way baseball goes. Juan Perez, great effort on that ball.
It really was. I thought he might come up with it for a second. Just got down a little too quick. Now the 1-strike pitch. Make it 0-2.
And Ryan, you were talking about the Korea bullpen, how it's set up now with a 5-run cushion. Baseball, we've seen crazier things, but a 5-run lead to be able to get into the bullpen is a really big spot for Korea. Could have gone any better.
The 0-2 is high, and Young lays off it. He took a walk after Kim drew his. It was Felipe Gonzalez that was brought in after Bernardino walked Kim. Gonzalez did not retire a batter. He walked one, gave up a couple of hits. The second one, just a bloop single that opened the scoring for Korea. Another walk followed, then the line drive to second. It was knocked down, but not caught by Quiroz. Remember, he wasn't charged with an error, and nobody's saying he should have had that ball.
But if he catches that ball, it changes the entire compass of the game.
And he got his glove up.
Yep.
After that, you get the single. Then the deep fly out, a hit by a pitch, a jersey tickled by a baseball that Castellanos just wanted to run inside, and then the base is clearing double. Wow. 1-2. That one's spoiled.
Mexico right now had that bell run. Desperate to get out of this nightmare 5th inning.
Meanwhile, Jung-Moon Kim couldn't be more pleased with the way his squads responded after falling down 2-0.
Yeah, you
At the top of this inning.
Yeah, you totally see, just even the body language, having a sip of water, just exhaling, just a different posture in that dugout, knowing he can take a breath, knowing that that green offense has finally showed up.
High and tight again, 2-2. Andrew Reynolds would use the expression, his tail in the air.
There you go. That works. The entire coaching staff, the entire bench.
This bullpen so depleted for Mexico. How long do you have to stick with Castellanos? He's now gone into a full count with Young.
He completely tried to change his delivery there. Normally he's more over the top. That way he dropped his arm slot down to a 3/4 delivery. Didn't appear overly close on that.
Great desperation. See that pitch out. Someone up 24 already. Third inning under his belt. He's trying to trick these greedy hitters to get back to that dugout somehow.
Another high fly ball that goes foul.
And for Mexico here, if they do lose this game, now they're down by 5, there's still plenty of innings left, but if they do lose this game, they're destined for the bronze medal. Then they become the biggest Australia fans that you'll be seeing here in Japan. If Australia wins, that means Mexico, if they lose this game, would still go to the Olympics. If Chinese Taipei wins, that means Mexico, United States, bronze medal game, Olympic bid on the line for second. I mean, I'm jumping with excitement thinking about that.
Another ball driven to left field. If it's there, it's gone. That's a foul ball. Wow. Did Luigi Young give it a ride?
Hard contact. That ball was smoked.
Oh, man. I think that might have been another one that scraped the back wall.
Saw Brent Rooker hit a home run earlier today for the United States. About 15 rows deep, yeah.
It looked very foul. That was really close. Still 3-2. Here it comes. And a wave and a miss. Castellanos finally finds a way to get out of the inning. But the damage is done by Korea. 7 runs. And a 5-run edge after 5 complete. We'll take a 5-minute break. Pick it up in the 6th. Mexico has some work to do.
Attention, please. Pitching for Korea. Number 41, Lee Goodnight.
7 runs, 5 hits, and an error for Korea. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Mexico. 9 runs coming across in the 5th inning alone. All of the scoring in the 5th, the 2-run homer for Mexico in the top half of the inning, but as quickly as they grabbed the momentum, while Korea just walked all over them in the bottom of the 5th, 7-2. And Young Ha Lee comes on, now just trying to push his team towards the finish line.
You get a shot of Inaba right there, the Japanese manager on hand here, watching this game, scouting it. Who is he going to face? That Korea-Japan matchup is going to be exciting if it stays this way.
We'll get 2 nights in a row, Korea-Japan. Tomorrow night, the previously scheduled Super Round matchup between the Asian superpowers. And yeah, if Korea wins this game, they'll do it 2 nights in a row. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's not the start Mexico was looking for, and Sosa goes down quietly.
Yeah, quick at bat, and momentum just stays on Korea's side in that situation.
Efren Navarro, the first baseman who's doubled and singled in his first 2 trips, comes up now.
And for Mexico, having a day off tomorrow. You know, they're not quite sure who they're going to face just yet. But having a day off, just to take a breath. I think when you're coming off a loss like this, being so close to pinning down that Olympic bid, you just need that day to decompress. Maybe you have a workout, do the little things, get your bullpen right, get Matthew Clark right, all the little things, so you can go into that Sunday, ready to go.
We don't need to get too far ahead of ourselves. We are talking about it as if Mexico's lost the game. Obviously, we're in the top of the 6th inning, but it just feels like the way that 5th inning unfolded, we don't see how Mexico's going to fight back this game with an already depleted lineup. That huge bat missing in Matthew Clark. But we'll see. We don't mean to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it is hard to imagine this bullpen from Korea. They all their depth, letting a 5-run lead slip away. But see how it starts if it happens is Navarro records his 3rd hit of the day, his 2nd double.
We have a pulse.
Just let Efren Navarro get all 9 spots in the order. He's been locked in tonight.
Really has been. Three of his team's 5 hits. Did miss that mistake up in the zone.
Forgot Efren Navarro running into him the other day. On a personal level for him, he's a free agent right now. So he's been talking to a couple of teams in Japan, even Korea. So again, there's a couple of auditions going on too during this Premier 12.
I think the Korea teams might like him because he's 3 for 3 against Korea pitching. So it's exactly what he gets an important foe.
That's exactly what happened. Chris Oxford in 2004, he was on a 40-man roster with the Padres. He absolutely dominated against Japan. Was
That's going to be fair. Going to the left field corner. Put a run on the board for Mexico. Throw into second. Solis ups onto the base with an RBI double. I was going to say, Mexico just gets 1 here in the 6th to start turning the tide. You never know what will happen.
I'll tell you,
4-run game.
all of a sudden, Mexico gets in, led by Juan Castro's on the top step. Focus, he's back on this game. We started talking about scenarios for that off day tomorrow. Get your bullpen recouped and Matthew Clark healthy. This game is not over yet. They have a pulse.
That ball was blistered down the line by Solis. He's had a really nice tournament. He had 2 bad at-bats early against a sidearm throwing righty. And that one, he sort of rewrote some wrongs. Wrote it down the line.
Ron, we asked each other the other night, when are we going to see the game when the offenses finally explode from both sides? Maybe we're in for it tonight. We haven't seen anybody, not a single team in the Super Round, score more than 7 runs. only one team has hung a 7th spot on the board. It was Chinese Taipei. And in Korea, they're only lost in the tournament so far, so we'll see what happens tonight as Perez is ahead 1-0. One hit by a pitch in the second inning. He struck out swinging in the fourth. Hard hit doubles to both corners after a leadoff strikeout. Young Ha Lee. This is low and away, 2-0.
I'll tell you what, if Mexico gets another runner aboard, if Matt Clark is available to pinch hit, this could be a big spot. Righty, Clark being a lefty, fastball thrower, Clark a fastball hitter. If he is somehow available, do you put him in at a time like this?
2-0. Good pitch.
Maybe the Kirk Gibson, maybe it's a hamstring. Kirk Gibson for the Dodgers against the A's, against the Andersons League. Lift your way around the bases. Heroics. You're right. If he's a little bit banged up, that's why I'm just a bit curious to know if he's available. And we'll see, I'm sure, at some point, if this game starts to get a little bit closer.
Great time for the changeup there, 2-0 to Perez, who's way out in front of it. And comes back with the fastball and misses. 3 balls, 1 strike. He's been nibbling at the corners here and just missed both of them.
And give Perez, you have the green light and his neon green in this situation. You come swinging out of your shoes. If something looks straight, it looks middling up, you got an ace swing.
There it is. Fills up the count.
Just enough of a variation in that fastball. He was too.
He's a guy known more for his average than his power. He did put together a lifetime 253 average with 51 home runs in the affiliated minor leagues. 3-2. Ball 4, first and second.
We've talked about the strike zone. And all of a sudden, certain counts, certain situations, really tightened up. It's really tough to see that consistent strike zone on both sides, Korea and Mexico.
That has been a tough one to pin down tonight.
Home plate umpire Atsushi Fukaye. Been consistent, really against both teams, but consistently inconsistent. I think that's the proper term, but
that's not what any team wants to hear. And you never know. It could have something to do with the fact that this is the night where the offenses are really responding.
Well, we saw 4 zeros with 1 total hit through the first 4 innings, and then 9 runs combined in the 5th inning that took over an hour to play.
You can see right there on the video screen, the Korean manager taking a look into Mexico's bullpen, trying to get a read, trying to get a little shotgun scattering report going on, see who they're going to be bringing in. But this game looks like it's going to get a little bit tighter regardless of what happens. And that's going to have that residual effect on tomorrow, Korea versus Japan. They're going to match up, and then for the middle games after that.
And no more days off for Korea. As you noted, Mexico with a big day off tomorrow, and the way they've had to lean so heavily on the bullpen already tonight, one that they will really need to rest arms. Korea doesn't want to tax more arms than they have to tonight. Long way to go. First pitch swinging, 0-1 on Flores.
Good split. Right there from Lee.
Tell you what, from a baseball entertainment standpoint, not on deck, but in the hole, Jonathan Jones. I would love to see him up in a situation like this.
Could be representing the tying run here. It's the half inning after it looked as if Mexico took a punch that they might not be able to get up from. They're up. That was a cut from Flores, too. Now he takes one for a strike.
And a good fastball right there. You can see that downhill movement. I called it a split. It's actually a breaking ball, but that just goes to show Lee how much downward tilt he has on both the fastball and the breaking ball.
got options now. 2 strikes. Certainly looked like he caught Flores off guard, sneaking that fastball by him just a second ago. To go back to it here, maybe up and out of the zone. Slider low and away.
ZG Yang. Before that pitch, that high expand. 0-2 count. No mistakes, cannot give in. Green just simply doesn't give in, especially in this situation. See that pitch count start to creep up. 16 pitches again. You don't look for the hole in the depth of that bullpen when you got Japan tomorrow, and then the middle man's right after it.
And oh, by the way, the winner of this game punches a ticket to the 2020 11.
No big deal.
1-2. This one rocking it out to center field. That's way back there, but it's going to hang up for a while and lay under it. For the second out of the inning, on his way to third, standing there now is Solis.
With that ball being in the air for about 5-6 seconds, you could hear the collective breath out of the Korea fans down the first base side. They were patiently waiting for that ball to drop on the surface of the field, and it did about maybe 6 feet shy of the warning track.
The ball was hot just a little over the wall. With those hands standing inside that ball, but just after the strike zone, just enough to stop that thing from at least bouncing off the wall.
Big moment for Salazar, the kid of this Mexican team, 23 years of age. Most of his teammates, late 20s, early to mid 30s. Salazar, one of the only guys who doesn't have a lengthy resume in affiliated pro ball, has only played professionally in Mexico. Tonight, a single and a strikeout. I'm guessing he's as happy as anybody not to be looking at the submarine style of Young Moon Park anymore. Really didn't look comfortable against it. The shortstop waits. The first pitch is low, and he's ahead 1-0. As uncomfortable as he looked, though, he did bounce one down the third base line his last time up, which was just an inning ago. Diving stop at third by John Choi. But an errant throw, it was ruled an infield single, and then an extra base for Salazar on the air.
Mexico can chip away at this lead and get a big 2-out hit from Salazar, making a 3-run deficit. So run here or one there, they're right back in it.
1-0. 2-0. It's really been a tight zone for Young Ali, and that looks at it all.
For him, this is a huge out. Jonathan Jones on deck, the home hitter from the Mexican team. Got to put that pressure right on Lee to get this out. 9-hole hitter right here.
Credit Mexico's fans, they never went to sleep even when things got really rotten in the bottom of the fifth, making a lot of noise. They continue to do so now. Ahead of a 2-0. Make it 3-0. Might they be loaded for Jones? If they are, I doubt he'll see Lee.
This game has certainly not lacked drama over the last 2 innings. Only in the 6th inning right now. Plenty of time.
We expect Salazar to be taking at least 1, if not 2 here. Strike 1. Good pitch from Lee. Had to have it. There is Jones. Waiting on deck. Having homered last inning to put his team ahead 2-0. Here we are 7-3. 3-1. It's crushed back. Off the sidewall to fill up the gap.
Crush that thing. He was getting something thrown dead red.
What do you call for here?
Again, I know this is the same situation as what we saw with that Mexican pitching. This is where if you're going to pitch at this kind of level, you have to back your best out pitch. What's your best secondary pitch in this situation?
Oh, for me, it's a curveball.
That's his slider. He's got that good tilt and that depth on that slider, and that's going to be that tight pitch. That's 6 miles per hour. There it is.
Beauty for the strikeout. to end the top half of the sixth inning, but a run for Mexico on 2 hits with 2 left. Long way to go still tonight. 7-3 Korea after 5 and a half. Mexico turns to a 6th pitcher in the ball game. It's Fernando Salas. Goes up against the bottom third of Korea's lineup. Choi, Min, and Park. All 3 reaching base safely last inning. 2 of the 3 scoring. 2 of 7 runs that went on the board for Korea. Team that leads by 4 and not waiting around. This ball is lined just foul by Choi, who was guessing right there.
And Young Ha Lee to finish that inning. He went from 3-0 to 3-1. Just hard hit, foul balls. All of a sudden get to 3-2 and then execute a beautiful pitch to get out of that inning. That just slammed the brakes on any momentum. Jonathan Jones on deck. And now you're walking into the 6th, 7th, 8th inning with a really healthy lead.
Pop-up foul, strike 2.
On the flip side of that, Mexico just emptying the tank with his bullpen. They're not there tomorrow. It just changes things. When you talk about some of these pitch counts, how are guys going to feel? You know they're all going to put their hands up in a couple of days to pitch, but fatigue might set in. Not only physically, but mentally as well.
0-2, got him on 3 pitches and a great start to the evening for Salas. And this is where Mexico really needs a little bit of length out of the bullpen, and even beyond that, more than that, maybe even 0.
Well, Fernando Salas is a guy who's pitched in some pretty big spots throughout the course of his professional baseball career. And if Mexico can get an inning scoreless, 2 scoreless innings from him, give him a couple opportunities for Mexico to get back into the swing of this game. If Korea can score 7 runs in the 5th inning, then Mexico, a team that averaged 8 runs per game in the first 3 games, they can do the same. We are not even close to being over.
Look at the numbers in the tournament for men. 5 for 19. Drove in the first of the 7 runs last inning. Now he gets it in the air out towards center field, but Jonathan Jones has it covered. 2 gone.
Look at that Salas. What kind of length can he give you again? He's one of the you rely on. You're going to need him in 2 days. So this is a situation. If it gets just a little bit deeper, if you want Castro, if you get that feeling like nothing doing, then you start scripting how you're going to take on 2 days, how you're going to take on whoever you're facing.
Because either with a loss tonight, either by Sunday, you'll have an Olympic bid in your grasp, or you'll be playing for an Olympic bid. So you're not eliminated from playoff to be Olympic contention. We you're playing in a medal game, you want to keep your big hosses in the back end of the bullpen fresh.
Strike one. Wouldn't that be something? Mexico loses this ball game tonight, and they'll be celebrating tomorrow afternoon if Australia pulls off a win over Chinese Taipei. That'd be one heck of a way to back into it.
I think from a baseball fan perspective, if this score holds, having the opportunity for a bronze medal game to dictate an Olympic bid, and then a gold medal game being rivals Japan and Korea, that's the best exciting type of baseball. Now, I'm sure Australian fans won't agree with that.
Try and sell that to the other.
I won't, because that will not go over particularly well. I'm talking from an unbiased baseball perspective. No dog in the fight. Having a medal round Sunday, that the bronze medal game equally as important from an Olympic standpoint as a gold medal game, which features intense rivalry.
Yeah, no consolation, absolutely.
1-1, chopper foul, a ball and 2 strikes. And how nice is it to have a guy like Salas that you could turn to in this spot, a guy who's done it at the highest level for so long, and trust him to, at the very least.
And something Juan Castro hasn't seen for a while is 8 pitches with 2 outs.
Right.
That's huge. Gets your team back to the dugout. You got the top of the order, Jones. Another run through this lineup, see what you can do. Shrink that lead.
Pesky at bat, though, out of the 9th slot by Minwoo Park. Drew bases loaded walk last inning. That's how the game got tied at 2. Fielder's choice, a single and a double later. It was 7-2. Now we're at 7-3. You gotta love that response from Mexico at the top of the 6th inning. Salas again. Breaking ball down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We're looking at this game. It has 10 combined runs on 11 combined hits. The power of walks, but on display tonight.
Something that really hasn't played this tournament. Pitchers have been living in the strike zone. It's a great approach with 2 strikes, meanwhile. Fouling that pitch on. Salas, a guy with great command. None of his 10 years in the majors did he walk more than 27. Lifetime sub-4 ERA. Goes upstairs, 3-2. No matter what happens with Park the rest of the way, he's already done something here for his team. You know, a 6-7 pitch inning from Salas. Mexico's right back at it, rear and ready to go. Add another, add 2 more, but he's slowed things down. Now he fouls another pitch off.
We've seen so many competitive at-bats here for Korea, not just tonight, but throughout the entire tournament. I referenced Minwoo Park against the United States, an 11-pitch at-bat in the 7th inning in a 3-1 game with 2 outs. He singled and sparked a 2-run inning. They've done this every single game, and it's not just been the same guy every game. It's been a different part of the lineup, which makes Korea that much more potent.
Payoff again, and that one's low. Good job by Park to draw the walk and extend the 6th.
Just nothing to do with Salas. You mentioned the command he has. Like I said, that much better. When you think about what you're up against, you're going down 0-2 all the way to 3-2, then throwing the walk. Yeah, you turn that lineup back over to Jung-Woo Lee. Got all kinds of damage up and down this Korean 12.
Well, just think of the energy that would have been built up in that Mexican dugout with an 8-pitch inning here. Getting right back to that in the 7th. Instead of ball driven to right center, but Jones has plenty of time to get to it. Make the catch and retires the side to send us to the 7th. What a ball game we've had through 6 and 7-3 Korea with an Olympic berth at stake. Young Lee had to battle in his first inning of work, gave up back-to-back doubles with one out. A walk followed, and then allowed a big strikeout of Salazar to keep him facing this man with what would have been the bases loaded. John Jones, how are you going to start things off in Mexico here in the seventh?
It's amazing what has happened since that home run from Jonathan Jones. All of a sudden, Mexico is up 2-0. And you have that feeling like, you know what, that might be just enough. The pitching just cannot hold, that Mexican pitching just cannot hold these Korean bats. And we saw the walks and then the 3-2 counts, 7 pitch at bats. And all of a sudden, the offense just exploded.
Jones robbed him in the third inning. We saw that diving catch from Young Ho Park. He could easily have 2 extra base hits.
Over to 3 consecutive games. He's been such a bright spot for this Mexico order. He, along with Efra Navarro and Elise Solis. So,
2-0 fastball, called a strike. Good pitch for Clay.
We saw in between innings, the energy still in that Mexican dugout. Hands clapping, talking to each other, trying to get the volume up just a little bit. This time to the lineup, he's going to take everything that Olympic bid tonight.
Hard hit ball.
I'll tell you what, he's a fun player to watch.
Really is.
Really good start. That's exactly what you want to do. If you have the ability to chip away, it's getting that leadoff hitter on, especially with speed. Now all of a sudden you got the meat of that order up.
No Perio. We thought a couple of innings ago, well, guy on first, every time there was a man on first, we were looking for a bunt. Now that's an entirely different ballgame, a distant memory. Perio's going to be swinging away.
That 5th inning just completely flipped the script. You talk about how scarce this offense made Mexico. It started to struggle to put runs together, especially from their group round, from the group play down in Guadalajara. And all of a sudden, just trying to scratch the floor to get guys in scoring position, get them in. Now they're in a deficit. Cannot take the bats out of anyone's hands in this situation.
1-1 on Perio. You look at how Mexico won their first 2 games of the Super Round. 2-0 and 3-0 against Chinese Taipei and Australia. Losing 3-1 against Japan. Some pitching staff and held through 3. Obviously faltering in 1 inning tonight. Bats pick up the stat. 1-1 pitch from Lane. Hit towards second. There's a flip and an out at second base to relay to first. Out at first base. Really close play. And remember, Mexico cannot challenge that call. They used it on a hit by pitch in and go.
We talked about Young Lee getting that big out, going from 3-0 to 3-1, 3-2, getting that strikeout. All of a sudden, gets a leadoff hit to Jonathan Jones. And again, comes up there, gets a huge double play.
That's such a backbreaker for Mexico. I know he got it. That's a really good turn.
Great throw.
Man,
Out at first base.
great call.
I thought with Berrio's speed as softly as he hit that ball, it wasn't even going to be close at first, frankly, but terrific turn. Hassan Kim deserves a lot of credit. Mark for taking that slow bouncer and getting rid of it so quickly.
That's the one stat to talk about here. Mexico in their first 6 games, they gave up only 8 runs. 6 games, 54 innings, 8 runs so far tonight through 6 innings, 7 runs. That's the difference.
All in one.
All the runs they gave up against Japan, they lost 3-1 for 1 inning. So first,
One strike pitch to Esteban Quiroz. Ball up. Mexico's actually out hitting Korea 7-5.
Which is amazing. I was just about to say, wow, walks Fukuya. And just really no answers. Looking back at Felipe Gonzalez, Fernandino, guys who were really just trying to execute that best secondary pitch. And Korea just not having it whatsoever. And getting those deep counts and put it to sleep. And then Juan Castro having to put an absolute dent in your bullpen.
1-2. They hard to right field. A late start, but a quick reaction by men. That'll be all for Mexico at the top of the 7th. Korea in good shape as we head to the bottom half of the inning. They lead Mexico 7-3.
7回の裏、韓国代表の攻撃は2番ショート、キーハスン。
A 4-run lead for a Korea national team poised to clinch an Olympic berth tonight. Just 6 outs away. Everything else they add offensively will make their pitcher's job that much easier. Kim and Park, 2, 3, 4. Here to start the home half of the 7th inning. And Rosales, meanwhile, for Mexico, he was the answer in the 6th. Did they wait too long to turn to him?
And that's what we talked about earlier in this game. You look at the depth, both bullpens. You empty them all out, I think Korea comes up on top. What they've got. Everyone putting their hand up from the screen, from the KBO, to want to be a part of this. Knowing, coming off of 2008, the last time baseball was in the Olympics, coming off a gold medal, and I think they can take a breath and celebrate game for this lead holds. But man, just what a flip that flip on you.
It'll really create an interesting dynamic for tomorrow night's Japan-Korea game. If Korea wins this game, I pop fly here in the battleground, caught by Flores in the second half. In that game, everybody had circled as this is the one you need to be at. You need to see it decide everything in the Super Round. It might turn into an exhibition between two teams that will go head-to-head for first place in the Premier 12 tournament.
But it's not your typical exhibition game. It's like a two-tiered night rivalry between two nations that have so much history when it comes to a baseball perspective, and quite simply don't like each other either. So it won't lack drama tomorrow. For a game that might not have any Premier 12 or Olympic notes on the line, but certainly will feature a lot of drama.
It's never a casual affair when Japan and Korea go head-to-head on the baseball night. How will it impact lineups, pitchers?
I don't want to show off too much of your bullpen up to that prep the day before for the other team.
And then Mexico, for their part, would watch intently the first game tomorrow afternoon, Chinese Taipei and Australia. If Chinese Taipei wins that game, it will be a Mexico, United States play into the Olympic game on Sunday afternoon. If this score holds here tonight, that'd be wild. 2-1.
Then if Australia wins, they go to the bronze medal game along with Mexico, and that would be just a heck of a turnaround for an Australian baseball team, which had their best win probably in a decade against the United States a couple days ago. That put them on the map for this opportunity.
Especially when they snuck in to the Super End. They really did. You go into that last game of group play.
Last inning.
We lost out, really, to score 2 runs. It's amazing, and to see where they're at now, upsetting the U.S. But it's been so good so far. You never want to see a game that doesn't count, but man, if you can line up those runs with the goal count.
That one might have scraped the roof. We've got quite the reaction from the crowd down there along the left field corner.
We're blocked off from that angle, but once you hear oohs and ahs for a foul ball normally, that means something different happened.
And the ball goes straight off the batter park into the air.
You call that a major league pop fly right there.
Or a roof scraper here at the Dome. But oh, by the way, if Australia winds up in that third place game, this one's lined in the right field to extend the 7th inning. And that means that Mexico will have clinched an Olympic berth while sitting at home resting. If they don't come all the way back here tonight. It's important to have that qualifier, especially having seen the 7-run bottom half of the 5th inning already tonight.
Heck of a game here from Young Hope Park. He had the 3-run double of the 6th. He walked in the 2nd. That's a single here in the 7th. If Young Hope Park starts swinging the bat well for Korea, look out.
Chris Young, Soo Kim. Kim takes a strike. Won that lengthy battle a couple of innings ago to really blow this game wide open.
If Young Hope Park and this man right here, these two guys, 2 ex-Major League players, they start heating up at the same time, it's going to be awfully tough at grand lineup.
I mean, for Korea to be obviously defending 2015 Premier 12 champions, they won the gold in Beijing in 2008, and then have an opportunity to win the 2019 Premier 12. That's a pretty good 3-tier tandem of international success for Korea.
Huge. The way they did it 4 years ago at the Premier 12, having lost to Japan and the United States in the opening round, and then beating them when they get the second chance. First Japan in the semifinals, and then the United States in the championship game. That was awesome.
And that could be a situation in the bronze medal game if the United States and Mexico play, because the U.S. got not only beaten by Mexico in Group B, Group A play, they got beat handily. The final score 8-2.
In the air to left field, that'll wind up about 10 rows deep foul.
Yeah, the other thing to think about as well is for the U.S. team especially, you're going into a situation where if you're not qualified from this Premier 12, all of a sudden your next chance is March. You're not going to have that same lineup like you do right now here in November available. Guys are going to be in the midst of spring training trying to make teams. It's going to be really tough to put that lineup together to make sure your team can go ahead and qualify for the Olympics.
They would have two opportunities. Whichever team, Mexico or the United States, does not qualify here at the Premier 12 will have two opportunities. The Americas qualifier at the end of March, and then the international global qualifier, which will follow in Taiwan. But yeah, both teams want to take care of business. Right now, that gives you more than half a year to prepare for the Olympics. And this pop-up should end the seventh. 7-3 Korea, 6 outs away from that Olympic berth. So that time.
Back here at the Tokyo Dome, Alex Cohen, Craig Durr, Ryan Roland Smith. Day number 4 of the 2019 Premier 12. Korea, 6 outs away from punching their tickets to Tokyo for the 2020 Olympics. They lead 7-3. New pitcher, a former outfielder of the Cup system, now a relief pitcher, hard-throwing righty, Jae-Hoon Ha. Making his third appearance in the 2019 Premier 12, and Roddy brought it up a couple of innings ago. Now you're into the back end of the bullpen for Korea. Hard-throwing righties, lots of success. You led the KBO in saves. Tough place to be if you're the Mexico offense.
Yeah, what a story for him as well. Heading up to the U.S. right out of the gates, really out of high school, and anytime they do that, they have to. If they do want to come back and play in Korea, they do have to sit out some time before they're allowed to play. And for him, being after, like you said, making that conversion, not only did he make the conversion and have success in the KBO, you mentioned legally in saves, and playing his national team, which means the world to these Koreans.
High leverage situation, no balls and a strike. Roberto Sosa over the top of the 8th, 7-3 Korea. And the pitch, he misses inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's funny to watch him throw too. He still looks like a position player coming on to mop up. You look at these mechanics, and just with a lot higher octane fastball. We saw it a lot in 2019 in the big leagues. A lot of position players coming on just to mop up. There's such big lopsided scores.
1 swing and miss, strike 2, although I don't know if any position players have a breaking ball like that.
Well, that's the one pitch when he came back and scouts were looking at him. They knew he made the conversion. They knew about his arm, even as an outfielder. The one developing factor, and they said he's still trying to get consistent with it, is that breaking ball. 2 offering. Just misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. What he does, he has an upright delivery. There's not that much rotation. It's just he has an electric arm. Just think if he would get some leverage in the lower half.
Right. And that's so characteristic. We've seen it from Korea tonight. Japan is the stride length from these guys. Anytime they head up to the US, the one thing they have. Whoa!
Almost nearly dropped. That was Jung-Hoo Lee who makes the catch.
Now, it's easy to laugh about that when you got this kind of lead, you hit 400 plus. But man, that could be detrimental. Just a close game against Mexico.
You get a triangle, and you hope that he was down on the turf. I thought he might have jammed his wrist, but again, that sky high into the dome, and the ball blends in. Backpedaling was Big Blue Park. Lee came in, sort of a lunge and a dive. And he makes what should have been a routine pop fly look a little bit more dramatic.
Yeah, you get that last minute glance at his shortstop, Kim. That's the situation. That's the shortstop's priority. He has to take complete control of that. Which is back to these green pitches. They have that long, they have huge drive from that backside in their lower half. And that's what generates that high spin. Any Japanese or Korean pitcher that comes over usually has a upper RPM spin rate on that ball. And that's because they're able to accelerate through release so well. When you take a look at Hart, it's interesting. It's kind of the opposite. He's got that shorter stride, not a whole lot of lower half, but just a really gifted arm. Get that upper B load.
A ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Best hitter for Mexico tonight. Effort to borrow 3 for 3. The 1-1 pitch. Big swing, inside fastball. Not go around. 2 balls and a strike. It'd be really fun to watch Jae-Hoo Ah get back to the pitching lab and back in the United States. You remember Driveline, and they get you in, they get your empirical data, and really dive into that. He has a really impressive arm. 2-1. That's him on the right, going back in, gets the catch. Efren Navarro's in everything on the nose tonight. Unfortunately, that one right at the right fielder of Young Hun Bin. 2 up, 2 down for Jae-Hoo Ah. And here's Elise Solis. And that was a 2-seam fastball that's held into the swing path of Efren Navarro. Lucky that ball didn't go out.
That pitch was extremely hittable. 2-1 count. Efren seeing the ball extremely well.
RBI single, Elise Solis in his last at bat. Mexico down to their final 4 outs. First pitch foul back at the screen behind home plate, count 1-1. We've seen crazier things, Ryan and Craig. 4-run deficit. Korea scored all 7 runs in the 5th inning. So Mexico, down your final 4 outs. You're only down by 4. There is still time, although it is dwindling with every pitch. What a successful run for Korea thus far. Dominated Australia, dominated Canada, dominated Cuba, beat the U.S. 5-1. Their only blemish was a shutout against Chinese Taipei 0-1. This is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. And it's strange, Chinese Taipei, they lost yesterday, lost this morning to the United States. If they don't win tomorrow, they will finish 6th in the Premier 12, and they dominated Chinese Taipei. And that matchup between Chinese Taipei and Korea. Chinese Taipei, the senior men's team, they've owned that match in the last 3 years. Which lifted shallow left to be a tough play coming in onto Kim Wong. Ball lands into the seats. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's been a frustrating tournament for Chinese Taipei. A lot of what ifs and almost started at the last day of group play, the big matchup against Japan, losing that game 8-1. The game was much closer than the final score would indicate. Missed opportunity after missed opportunity in the early innings, set up a team for massive disappointment in front of 20,000 crazy fans.
Chinese Taipei was 2 innings away from possibly playing their way into a medal game. And if Korea lost today, could have played for an Olympic bid. But Brett Rooker put a stop to that with a 2-run home run that might be circumnavigating the continental United States right now. That's the farthest ball you see hit.
It was interesting. I was walking back into the hotel after we had seen that home run in that game, and just to big come from behind late victory in the United States. And I heard somebody watching the highlight of the Ripper home run walking right in front of me. So I said, that was a big home run. She said, yeah, that was my husband. I said, well, he just did something pretty big for his country's national baseball program. She said, yeah, did you see his bat flip? She said, he never does that. I said, hey, he rose to the occasion against the Chinese Taipei. You speak to their language on the field.
Two grounded sharply to second. Mark to first. A 1-2-3 inning for Jae Hoon Ha. Mexico down to their final 3 outs. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Korea looking for insurance. They go to the bottom of the 8th inning. They lead 7-3. You're watching the 2019 Premier 12, brought to you by the WBSC. Mexico trying to keep their deficit at 4 runs. It's a 7-3 ball game. And a new pitcher here for Mexico. It's righty Carlos Bustamante. Again, Korea, the highlight tonight. Well, they had one. It was a big one. 7 runs in the 5th inning. They sent 11 batters to the plate. And Ryan, it's incredible watching a baseball game how no scoring. Mexico takes a 2-0 lead. Then Korea seizes the game with one big inning, a couple walks, a hard hit double, and just like that, they're in full control.
Yeah, you walk away from this game. Some people always ask me, is it tough to win by one? Is it tough to lose by one or lose by 10? I think for this game for Mexico, this is a really tough loss. And the reason why, your bullpen's been beat up, not physically because of the pitch counts or anything like that, not talking emotionally, mentally. Right now, they're leaving this game with their secondary pitches, their fastballs, not beating anyone. In the bulk of that back end, you're talking Bernardino with a couple of missed opportunities. Felipe Gonzalez just had no answers whatsoever.
And he looked great the other night, too.
Right, Castellanos and these guys that you really are going to lean on when you get to that middle game. And they'll walk out of here coming off a tough outing for each of them.
Pitch to Luigi Young is popped up. Shallow right. Long run, Noah Perrioni makes the catch. Away here in the 8th.
And then if you're Justin Kelly, a kid who came in, walked in a run, you don't want to finish on that note. You don't want to have those options moving into a huge game, whether it be against USA or whoever it is.
So one away here in the bottom of the 8th. Jung Choi.
Why do you think they didn't turn to Salas in that inning as things were starting to slip away, that veteran presence? I just think because, Salas, we've seen him throughout this tournament. Last time I saw him, against Australia, pitching later in the game. I think for that situation, you really have to figure out which arm, that lefty. Obviously, facing Kim, Bernardino, you look at him and say, okay, you script him to get that lefty out. Then from there, then you go to these arms that bridge that gap. And they just...
The third takes a unorthodox hop over Jorge Flores, and that will be a turf-aided single for Jung Choi. One out base runner here in the 8th. They'll bring up Young on mid. Yeah, not many hops like that we've seen over the last couple days, but one fortunately that didn't hit Flores. It just bounced over his head. And what we were saying about Fernando Salas, Ryan, normally 7th, 8th inning guy, if you're Mexico, just need to circle one or two guys that you feel comfortable going in the middle of an inning, navigating a tough situation that can get you out of harm's way. They couldn't do that tonight.
Yeah, I think these last couple of losses for them, one against Japan, they didn't get blown out of that game. We'll give up a 7-spot in 1 inning. But you see what the tone you set for that starting pitching. You look at, Eduardo Vera a couple days ago, just completely dominating and just sets that bullpen up so well. Horacio Ramirez against Japan forces Juan Castro to really have to dig deep into that bullpen and figure out who is going to be my guy to bridge that gap when you're talking about Salas late in that game.
Just wonder if because of what's on the line tonight, if you don't manage differently, and obviously I'm not second guessing, I'm not sure that anybody had an answer for the way Korea was approaching every pitcher they saw that inning, but maybe thinking ahead now, if you are in a intimate play in the game against the United States, you sort of throw the book away and just take it batter by batter. If you want to save somebody for the 8th inning, maybe you need him in the 5th.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look at that. Look at the 5th inning. You still got to cover the 6th, 7th, 8th. Salas, he's that 1 inning guy. You've got some guys who can go multiple innings right in the core of that bullpen. So I think you have to lean on them. That's the issue you have going into that middle game. Knowing that these are the guys I'm going to lean on. They're coming out of a situation like this where their confidence is rock bottom.
What really helps Mexico is day off. You use the bullpen so much over the last 2 games. You have that day off, get them some rest, whether it's either playing Australia or the United States. That could be a big-time factor. 7-3 Korea leads. The 0-1 pitch to Min. Back at the screen behind home plate. Count 0-2. Both teams with 7 hits. Korea, 7 runs in the 5th inning. They sent 11 batters to the plate. Mexico, they actually led this game. 2-0, top of the 5th. Jonathan Jones again. A 2-run home run, and we thought at that time, wow, that could be enough for Mexico to win the game. Didn't happen that way. 0-2 count. Pitch to Min, runners off. If this is low, throw down to second is high, and Min slides in safety.
That's right, big to run in that situation. Troy just too high.
Choi who stole second. Min up. As a pinch runner, Youngmin Her. So it was Her, the stolen base. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We're not taking anything for granted. Get that runner into scoring position with 1 out.
1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And with international baseball, you'll see teams steal bags with a 6-run lead in the 8th inning, with a 4-run lead in the 8th inning, and you wonder why. Well, they're so inclined to factor in run differential and TQB, which is total qualifying balance. That's just part of international baseball. There's no mercy rule. There's no unwritten rules. If you're able to score a run, you do it, and that's what's different when you're playing baseball here or in a WBSC affiliated tournament than playing in your own professional leagues. Min strikes out. Now it's Minwoo Park who steps up to the left side. Pitch. This is low.
Just to further your point, you're 3 outs away from an Olympic berth, locked up. You feel pretty good with a 4-run lead going into the 9th. You feel better with a 5-run lead. It's as simple as that. This is a massive game.
1 ball, no strikes. Minwoo Park looking for his first hit of the night. He walked in the 5th. One offering, and before that, he looks back at second. Just a couple key parts of this game. In the 5th inning, pair of leadoff walks, and trying to see it jotted down on your notebook. Esteban Quiroz knocking a ball down in shallow right field, which could have been the first out of the 5th inning. Instead, or could have doubled off, pitch, and it's lined down the left field line, fouled out of play. Now 1-1 kept the game tied 2-2. Instead, they just got the force out in second and continued the inning, and Korea scored 5 more runs.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors in that. Fifth inning, they could have gone either way and changed the complete outcome as we said in the eighth.
Ball, one strike. Korea 7, Mexico 3. They do have a runner in scoring position, looking to add to that lead. 1-1 offer. This is high. 2 balls and a strike.
Don't be surprised if you see Korea still bags again. Bustamante is really slow to the plate. Starting to sleep, starting to get really predictable with his timing.
Yep,
Like I said, even if it's 7-3 right in this situation, stolen bag.
Get the stopwatch out, pop time, and time to the plate. A large lead off of second for Youngman Herb. And Bustamante staring at his catcher, Solis. It's been all Korea since the 5th. 2-1. They call the set. Going back, Jonathan Jones measures it and makes the catch and it ends the inning. The good news for Mexico, they get out of the inning scoreless here in the 8th. The bad news is they're down to their final 3 outs. We'll go to the 9th. Korea smelling an Olympic bid. They're up 7-3. You're watching the 2019 Premier 12, brought to you by the WBSC. Top 9 here from the Tokyo Dome. Alex Cohen, Craig Durham, Ryan Roland Smith. It's day number 4 of the 2019 Premier 12 Super Round. And all this action brought to you by the WBSC. Tonight, the first of 2 teams here from the Premier 12 have an opportunity to clinch a playoff bid. And that team, Korea, is 3 outs away from doing so. They lead 7-3, and they'll bring in a hard-throwing righty who served as their closer so far during the Premier 12. It's Sang-Woo Cho. Cho, fastball, upper 90s when it comes to miles per hour. Around 152, 153 clicks. He's been dominant. 2 appearances, no hits, no runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts. Mexico, their last chance. Juan Perez, Jorge Flores, and Javier Salazar try to start the rally. First pitch hits the outside corner for a strike. Down 0-1. During our pregame segment, John Morosi highlighted Cho as one of his arms to watch, a bullet thrower. And the 0-1 catches the outside corner for a strike. 150 clicks, around 149 on his first pitch. 93 miles per hour. The 0-2 just misses inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Ryan Cho's mentality on the mound seems pretty clear. I'm going to throw you the good old number 1. If you catch up to it, you can rename it.
And then he's got a slider on top of that. This is a situation where you mentioned JP Morris is someone to watch. Obviously, JP covers a lot of big league pitchers. But a guy like Chody, that's when you start to say, okay, does this Arsenal play in the US? Is this a guy that we can see in the US in a couple of years? That fastball 94, 96 at times. That slider, we're going to throw a little bit of inconsistency with that pitch in the first round. But again, that's only one look. You can see the numbers he's put up in Korea.
Well, it's Juan Perez to fly out. Shallow center. And Mexico down to their final 2 outs. Here's Jorge Flores. And we talked about this earlier, Ryan. Still, no sign of Matt Clark.
Yeah, I think at this point, if he is banged up, I think he's just resting, give him an extra day off. And for Mexico, now their final 2 outs.
So fires a slider, misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Chance to decompress tomorrow. Again, you have that another crack for that Olympic bid.
The biggest fans of this possible outcome, obviously the fans of the Republic of Korea. 1-0. Outside corner called strike count 1-1. And then the United States of America will be watching intently. At noon tomorrow here from the Tokyo Dome, Australia versus Chinese Taipei. Australia wins. They are in the bronze medal game. If they lose, it's the U.S. versus Mexico for an Olympic bid on Sunday. All grounded to second. Park to first, 2 away.
Look at that Mexican dugout. You see Matt Clark with bat in hand, shin guard on, helmet on. Chance if something was to happen, a couple runners on, maybe see him come up for a pinch hit. I think at this point right now, take a seat, relax, decompress, get those bullpens on, arms right. That's going to be the big factor in a couple days.
It's up to the 9-hole hitter Javier Salazar to extend the game for Mexico. Korea has Mexico down to their final out. Show, fire, swing and a miss, strike 1. You don't normally see a team down to their final out and a player swinging at the first pitch, but Salazar tried to ambush. Now down to the count 0-1. The 0-1 offer. Now back at the screen behind home plate and quickly, San Woo Cho not only has Mexico down to their final out, but also Javier Salazar down to his final strike. An Olympic bid on the line. Show the 0-2 pitch. Now back out of play behind home plate. And still Mexico with a glimmer of hope. Now 0-2. You look at the Korea dugout. Everybody's standing up. They've been so dominant this entire Premier 12. Joe gets his sign, the 0-2 offering. Swinging a chopper foul behind home plate. Nicely done by Salazar. Protecting on that low and outside fastball. Count remains 0-2. Joe, the leg kick, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Republic of Korea. Book your tickets. You're going back to the Olympics. 2020 bound. What a start for Korea. Final score 7-3. Not only are they going back to the Olympics, Craig and Ryan, but they also have a date on Sunday with Japan for the gold medal game of the 2019 Premier 12.
Yeah, their work is not done. You can see from their reaction, they're not dogpiling on the field. But what a weight off their shoulders, especially that man right there, the manager of this Korean team. A weight off their shoulders knowing 2020 Tokyo Olympics, they are back. They punched their tickets to that. And that's what all this is about. This Premier 12 is obviously huge to win that gold medal. But the goal here for all these nations, especially Korea, to get back to the Olympics.
Korea won the 2015 Premier 12. Korea won the 2008 Beijing Olympics when it came to baseball. Korea has an opportunity to defend their Premier 12 title in 2019 against their long-term rival Japan. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, for the fans here in Tokyo, what a couple of nights we have in store. As a tune-up tomorrow, sort of a sneak preview of the World Championship final as they'll get together at 7 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday nights. You kidding me? This is going to be great.
A 2-game series between Korea and Japan, all starting tomorrow night. As you can see the selfie. What a 2019 part of this 2019 Premier 12. Tomorrow, what a big day coming up. Chinese Taipei, Australia. If Australia wins, obviously they won't be able to go back to the Olympics, or they can't clinch their bid here today, but they get an opportunity tomorrow to go to a better round game. For Ryan Roland Smith, Craig Derrick, I'm Alex Cohn. We'll say goodnight from the Tokyo Dome. You're watching the 2019 Premier 12 brought to you by the WBS.
축하합니다. You have reached now the Olympic Games. Who in your life do you wish to thank for this incredible achievement?
이 결과에 대해서 감사하고 싶은 사람을 좀 뽑아달라고 합니다. 일단 감독님, 코치님들께 감사드리고, manager and coaches, 저희 선수들, 선배들이랑 players have been terrific. 그래서 많이 도와주신 저희 스태프들께 너무 감사드립니다. Thank all the staff that have helped us throughout the tournament.
On Sunday, the gold medal game will be Korea against Japan here at the Tokyo Dome. What do you expect from this atmosphere here in Tokyo?
지금 결승전이 한일전으로 좀 결정이 됐는데 어떤 기대를 가지고 좀 경기에 임할지 궁금합니다. 일단 오늘 경기는 이렇게 오늘 경기를 있고 또 중요한 경기가 남아있기 때문에 하루 정도 일단 내일도 일본이랑 하기 때문에 좀 내일 경기부터 잘 준비해서 결승전에서 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 준비 잘해야 될 것 같아요. First of all, we had a great game today, but we also have one tomorrow with Japan, so we'll focus on that game, and then after that game, we'll try to focus on the finals.
And finally, Jung-Hoo, you are part of one of the great families in Korean baseball history. Your father, one of the great players ever in Korea. You have watched your country as a boy win the Olympic gold medal and the Premier 12 here 4 years ago. What does it mean to you to now be part of that history with a chance to win a gold medal again?
일단 아버지가 야구를 했던 가정에서 자라왔고, 그리고 올림픽을 우승을 하고 또 프리미어 12도 우승하는 장면을 어린 소년부터 봤을 텐데 직접 결승에서 뛰게 된 그런 소감을 한번 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 이렇게 또 부자가 국가대표라는 영광스러운 자리에 오기가 쉽지 않은데 저희 부자가 다 그런 행운을 얻게 돼서 영광스럽고, 또 나라를 위해서 뛰는 건 언제나 영광스러운 일이기 때문에 꼭 팬들이 또 국민들이 원하는 결과 얻을 수 있도록 계속해서 잘 해야 될 것 같아요. First of all, it's really an honor to be a part of the national team. As like my father did, it's a very big honor, and we'll try to focus on our next games and do our best.
축하합니다. 감사합니다.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. A great pleasure. It's an honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Great. No problem.
Check. Test 1, 2, 3.
right, guys, that's it for the Goodnight stream number 35. Yep, school is about to start. So, okay, yeah, I turn off the lamp. So, yeah, hopefully it turned out great. And next Goodnight stream might be this weekend, featuring Ryan. Yep. Oh, I guess I'll show you the time here. So, anyway, yeah. That's when school starts, but I have another 15 minutes because that's when the teacher will take the roll. So, yeah. If you guys want more school videos, I could do it, but I haven't done much school videos because I think some of you guys don't really like it. But that's fine. I mean, this is my last year, so anyway, probably gonna do at least one school video, like graduation and stuff. So, all right. That is it, folks. That is it. First time ever that this was on a school night. So, thanks for watching, and see you next time.